never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Venezuelan political prisoners and families of slain protesters are speaking out after Nicolas Maduro's arrest. Victims describe widespread torture, beatings, and deaths under the Maduro regime, including at the notorious Helicoide prison. While Maduro faces U.S. federal narco-terrorism charges, survivors stress that American justice offers due process, and some are calling for additional trials on crimes against humanity. There's another court hearing later this week in the case of accused healthcare CEO killer Luigi Mangione.
Mangioni's defense team wants prosecutors barred from seeking the death penalty in the case, along with some evidence and statements thrown out. Lawyers are also calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to recuse herself from the murder trial, claiming she has a profound conflict of interest due to her ties to a lobbying firm that represents United Healthcare. The defense attorneys argue that Bondi's past and present financial interest in Ballard Partners violates Mangione's due process rights. The hearing is set for Friday. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Mexican officials are cautiously monitoring President Trump's recent comments on U.S. actions against cartels amid concerns about possible unilateral measures after Venezuela's Maduro was captured. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum emphasizes cooperation and respect for international law, while privately officials and business leaders worry about the potential for disruption, highlighting the importance of continued U.S.-Mexico coordination on trade, security, and border issues. Speaking at the GOP retreat at the newly renamed Trump Kennedy Center, President Trump expressed confidence that Republicans could break records in this year's midterm elections.
But even if it's a successful presidency, there's been nothing like what we're doing. We had a very good day 2 days ago, too.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is using his final days in office to tout the crime reductions his administration has achieved.
Governor Murphy says the Garden State recorded fewer than 600 shootings in a single calendar year.
Many experts, and by the way, yours truly, said getting below 1,000 shootings in a year was impossible, but we did it.
Murphy's also touting a meaningful drop in auto thefts, which he says too often escalates into other forms of violence. The governor says there's still work to be done, and he believes Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill will continue working to reduce crime. I'm Natalie Migliori.
A Florida Republican congresswoman is spearheading a bill that would ban federal lawmakers from investing in stocks in crypto.
You're supposed to go to Congress to serve, not to become a multimillionaire.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna says she's advancing the most bipartisan bill in Congress.
We are going to be putting something on the floor coming up this quarter that will permanently stop the insider trading, which it is happening in Washington, D.C.
Luna says her bill, the Restore Trust in Congress Act, requires current members of Congress to divest at fair market value within 180 days and incoming members to do so within 90 days. Karen Curtis, Miami.
A Justice Department Inspector General report found the Bureau of Prisons failed to provide timely medical care to inmate Frederick Bardell, who died from treatable colon cancer. Delays, understaffing, and mismanagement, including ignoring a federal court's release order, contributed to that death. Bardell had been serving time for downloading child pornography. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Cue the microphone. Ready or not, it is that time once again. Here we go. Welcome, welcome. About it. Already rolling into midweek for the first time in the new year, we get to say Hump Day. All right, it's official. Well, in the Eastern time zone, as we cross over the midnight hour, give us time, we'll do the same. From time zone to time zone, East Coast to West, rolling into the 7th day of January here in 2026. All right, hope your first full week of the new year's going well. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. What a beautiful day we had. A little bit of sun mixed with some clouds, but we were in the mid-50s for afternoon highs. They've been telling us for several days a little bit of a January thaw was coming our way, and indeed it has. All right, for folks on the eastern seaboard, hang in there. You know, the warmer air's trying to make it your way. Now, as far as any precip's concerned, most of it's in the liquid form tonight. Some scattered light rain here and there in portions of Pennsylvania, southern New York. Now, you get into upstate New York, on up into New England. Yeah, the colder air's still hanging on. You got snow. And we see winter weather advisories extending down pretty much most of eastern New York, Massachusetts, on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, portions of Maine tonight. Yes, indeed. Just winter weather advisories. It's not going to be like a major snowmaker. What are we talking? Total accumulation for most, like 1 to 3 inches. Yeah, snow mixing it with sleet at times. A little bit of ice can make roads treacherous, though, and when you see some of that ice accretion, be careful. Most areas looking for maybe 1/10 of an inch, just enough to really glaze things over. Meanwhile, most of the country, aside from the northeast corner, is relatively quiet. I guess it's a tale of two corners, the northeast and the northwest corner of the country, because in the Pacific Northwest, finally the spigot has been shut off in California. Not seeing any rain in California tonight. Rains have moved northward, and we're seeing some heavier rains in the Portland area tonight. A little mixture of rain, a little snow up towards Seattle with some colder air in place there. You also see a little bit of snow in the northern reaches of Idaho. There's going to be several storms rolling in, bringing more mountain snow and rain to the western portions of the country that will eventually transition across the country starting later today. AccuWeather breaks it down for us. Cold storms moving inland this week will bring heavy mountain snow from the Cascades to the Rockies. Dangerous travel over the mountain passes. Potential delays in cities like Salt Lake City and Denver as the system pushes to the southeast. These storms going to sweep from Washington and Oregon, where we're seeing things tonight, on into Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, bringing rounds of snow to the mountains and the interior west. So several feet of snow going to pile up over the Cascades between now and Thursday night, 6 to 10 feet possible in the highest elevations. As the snow piles up, the risk of avalanches will increase on some of those steep mountain slopes. Up to a few feet of snow at pass levels in the Cascades. Snowfall rates, when this thing gets rolling, may approach or exceed 2 inches per hour at times. As the snow levels drop in the Cascades, snow will broaden into the lower elevations. The combination of heavy snow and high rates could make it difficult for the road crews to keep up that. We're going to probably see some mountain pass closures for periods of time. Heavy snow also going to pile up over the Olympics, moderate to heavy snow, spreading across the Blue Mountains of northeast Oregon, parts of Idaho, western Montana, and northwestern Wyoming. It's going to be a cold rain along the Interstate 5 corridor in Washington and much of Oregon. Some slick roads, ponding in areas with poor drainage. Snow levels could dip as low as, say, 1,000 to 1,500 feet, with some accumulation possible over the hills. Slippery conditions likely over Siskiyou Summit there in southern Oregon. As the storms move southeast, snow does begin to spread further south, snow levels dropping across Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, even New Mexico. While the snow will help ease some of the drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin, likely to cause travel problems in areas that have seen very little winter weather so far this season. From Thursday to Friday, we could see some rain just east of Las Vegas. Phoenix, you're likely to see a soaking with some slick travel. Rain becomes mixed with and may end as all snow. There in Albuquerque, heat wave, especially over the heights, could see a few inches of snow falling around Salt Lake City from Wednesday night into Thursday. Similar accumulations forecast for Flagstaff, Arizona on Thursday. Denver, you'll be on the receiving end of some accumulating snow beginning, say, Thursday afternoon into Friday morning. Maybe a few inches in the metro area, a foot or more in the nearby mountains. Crews should be able to keep up with this storm. Roads and runways will be slippery for a time. Could see some airline delays due to de-icing operations. But after the storm moves out late this week, then into the weekend, high pressure builds from the Pacific into the Great Basin, leading to a couple of weather concerns. Temperatures are going to plummet over the interior west, where there is fresh snow on the ground and the winds are light. Untreated surfaces that become wet from daytime melting will freeze into sheets of dangerous ice. As air pressure rises over the Great Basin and interior California, winds will be strengthened as they move over the mountain passes, funneling through the canyons, surging toward the Southern California coast. While recent rain should keep the wildfire risk very low, winds will be far weaker than last year's firestorms. Soggy ground, top-heavy trees could still be toppled by moderate Santa Ana winds. So be aware of that later in the week. Meanwhile, as our storms kind of eventually become cross-country storms, bringing some of that rain and snow to the west here into midweek, the storm's going to dip toward Texas come Thursday, then begin tracking northeast toward the Great Lakes by Thursday night. While we're enjoying this moderation in air temperatures through much of the central and eastern portions of the country, with this storm, eventually it's going to bring the return of Old Man Winter by the weekend. The lead storm of the two will be the smaller of the two storms for the latter part of the week. Northern reaches of the country, you may see a coating to a couple inches of wet snow, anywhere from northern Iowa to northern Michigan. The second part of the main body of the storm follows about 24 hours later, bringing with it Pacific moisture, then tapping into moisture from the Gulf. This setup is going to produce a lot of precipitation. We'll see kind of the mixed bag, anything from thunderstorms and heavy rain to snow and ice across the central U.S. from Friday and rolling into the weekend there Saturday. There could be a severe weather setup coming with these warmer temperatures. We've seen 70s and 80s in portions of Oklahoma, Texas. Severe thunderstorms possible eastern Oklahoma, northeast Texas, southeastern Kansas, into parts of the lower Mississippi, as well as the Ohio valleys between Thursday and Friday. Some of this rain will be heavy enough to lead to some flash flooding on Friday, especially stretching from northeast Louisiana, western Mississippi, into south central Kentucky. During the weekend, additional gusty, possibly severe thunderstorms may affect portions of the southeast. The exact location of where we'll see that transition between rain, a wintry mix, and plain old snow will depend on the storm's actual track. Further east, the expansion of the warmer air ahead of the storm may confine any sort of wintry weather mainly to northern Maine, as again, the warmer temperatures are headed your way. Travel conditions improve Tuesday to Wednesday over much of the central and eastern U.S. Things begin to transition downhill from, say, Friday to Saturday, including at the airports in that part of the country. There you go. Look at our travelers' weather on a pretty darn good night for moving the freight around the country. What do you say, Philly Dan? Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Scrapyard checking in, waving all five. Who we got? Good morning from the plastics capital of the world, Lowminster, Massachusetts. That's Dean joining us this morning. Hello to Marianne, saying hello to all the listening friends out there, the Dipsy driver and Lily, Buckeye Boy, Miss Millie. Everybody have a blessed day. Shorty, I-77 northbound. Where are we at? The North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. 48 degrees. Columbus bound here on a Wednesday morning. Tank, good morning, Steve, and the whole gang. Happy Hope Day. First one of the new year. We're at 37 degrees in Cabero, New Mexico tonight. We're headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Banning. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Howdy, y'all, from the Mudslinger. Michael joins us. What's up? Jerry, morning, everybody. Big thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Sommers overnight drive on the air for us to enjoy. I was looking for the Hot Shot Secret gasoline treatment display. I could not find it anywhere in Kokomo. Nobody had all kind of diesel, but none of the gasoline extreme. Jerry, if I'm trying to recall, if memory serves, I think was it O'Reilly Auto Parts? Or I think it was O'Reilly was maybe the one. I'll have to double check for you there. But yeah, the gasoline treatment is much more difficult to find in the retail stores. You can always get it at hotshotsecret.com. That's the easiest way there. And, of course, don't forget to use your coupon code, Overnight Drive, when you check out. An additional 10% off your entire order. Anyway, praying for all our trucking family and friends out there that make our lives better. Don't forget to tell them you love them every chance you get. Jeffrey's on board there at Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's a moonlight ride a-coming in tonight. But first, what day is it? Not official till Horse Feathers makes it so, right? 844-844-3388, the number to dial it up. 44 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, partly cloudy skies. 71 degrees in the capital of Venezuela. Did Maduro play Deal or No Deal? Or perhaps the famous daytime show, Let's Make a Deal? I don't know. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Stay tuned. Same bat channel, same bad time. Are you with me? It's been a few years since I've heard that, Pappy. We're showing our age. Yes, indeed. Let's see. The Beach Bum on board. Good morning. If anyone looking for a job, there's plenty of jobs as coach in the NFL. Have a great show. We'll be listening. Yeah, that's one of our sports headlines. I get what was Black Monday in the NFL. Numerous coaching jobs vacated. Transitioned on into Black Tuesday. Kind of a shocker. Harbaugh with the Ravens released this past day. Did anyone see that coming? All right, we'll give you the details. That and so much more coming your way as we're underway. 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Couple of other folks checking in. Meanwhile, hello to John Rigsby. Morning, Steve. All the overnight family, happy hump day. Everybody truck safe out there. I was glad to hear the Carolina Monkey Gouger check in the other night. We are clear with 38 degrees. Indianapolis tonight. All right, everybody be blessed. Hello to Too Tall. Good morning, Steve. And the Overnight Drive family. Everybody be safe out there. There he is, Buckeye Boy, checking in Ackworth, Georgia, 56 degrees. All right, made it to the eye doctor. They dilated my eyes. What a pain trying to drive home, but he said everything's good. Was unable to help the stepson because of the eye dilation. So I just went home, got a bite to eat, hit the hay. I will head out for Orlando later today, do a pickup on Thursday, and I will be pleased to wear short pants and a golf shirt with highs in the upper 70s, lower 80s. Well, it's been 14 years since we haven't had a dog in the house. A little bit depressing. Wildcat says no more dogs. I don't know. I think she'll change her mind. And if she does, I'll let her pick it if she agrees to get one. Meanwhile, everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. Yeah, lost their fur baby the other day. Hello, Santa Claus. Top of the morning, 52 here in Elk Grove, California. No rain in the forecast for the next 2 weeks, they tell us, in the Sacramento area. Looks like our next road trip will be to Quartzsite, Arizona. We're going to be dry camping with a few 100,000 snowbirds. Sounds like fun. Thank you, Santa Claus. Plowboy says, good morning. A nice night here in Kansas City, Missouri. 40 degrees. Clear skies. Dry camping in the desert, that is, to clarify there. Thank you, Santa Claus. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 42 in Platkill, New York, rolling toward Schenectady as usual tonight. Gilligan gets his week started. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but warm in Dublin, Virginia, 55 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. What are we looking at? 34 in Lyman, Colorado, with the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a high rate of speed, headed for South Dakota. I believe I witnessed Starlink crossing the jet black eastern Colorado sky. It was a pretty cool sight. Pretty cool, Steve. All right, how about a special Centennial State shout-out to Shorty this early Wednesday. All right, who else? Couple more checking in here. Bill, morning, Steve. 36 degrees. Temperature's supposed to be climbing through the morning. Got the interview later today. I hope the interview goes well. My current boss just handed us 7 drivers a mandatory 6 days, Monday through Saturday, into early Sunday morning schedule, nonstop for like the next 8 weeks. I mean, here comes the burnout. Also, they complained about us idling when we had the temperatures. Remember, we had the minus 25 wind chill. Refused to shut off the truck. And we had some interesting discussions about it. Can you believe these company policies? You can't idle for more than 2 minutes. Turn the damn truck off. Wind chill 25 below. Come on. So nonetheless, Bill says, I'm ready for a change. Have a great night, drivers, and be safe out there. I can't blame you. The mentality. Yeah, tell the boss, turn your heat off in your home. 25 below outside, wind chill. See how long that lasts. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Plenty to cover under industry headlines. What's going on around the world? There's a ton to fill you in with. So good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Venezuelan political prisoners and families of slain protesters are speaking out after Nicolas Maduro's arrest. Victims describe widespread torture, beatings, and deaths under the Maduro regime, including at the notorious Helicoide prison. While Maduro faces U.S. federal narco-terrorism charges, survivors stress that American justice offers due process, and some are calling for additional trials on crimes against humanity. Mexican officials are cautiously monitoring President Trump's recent comments on U.S. actions against cartels amid concerns about possible unilateral measures. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum emphasizes cooperation and respect for international law, while privately officials and business leaders worry about the potential for disruption, highlighting the importance of continued U.S.-Mexico coordination on trade, security, and border issues. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air.
For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Kind of hard to believe we're already rolling into the 7th day of the new year, isn't it? 1 week in. All right, hello to Jason, who says, "Good morning, Steve. Just got over a strong bout of strep throat. Yeah, first ever. A little bit scary, but we're back in the saddle. Got a load of pipe out of Texas. Rolling toward West Virginia tonight. All right, glad you're feeling better. It's like you were sick over the new year. Fun times, huh? Hello to the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in from a wet, soggy morning. Good morning from the Puddle Pirates, southbound I-95 at the North Carolina 138 with the tin in the wind, as he puts it. Deborah's on board. Howdy, Steve, and all the listeners. You got us another Indian summer here in Prison City. It almost is like a little Indian summer, huh? Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. What day is it? 38 days till Valentine's Day. 72 days till spring. And a few days after that, it's Mid-America Truck Show time. Wow. All right, got the usual run tonight, and while you had some sun mixed with clouds, 70 miles north, we were socked in with clouds and drizzle at times, and it kind of raw in the mid-40s. Just a quick heads up for the drivers westbound 265 on the Indiana side of Louisville. They're having 20-minute road closures as they're having to replace an overhead sign there. Anyway, you got 49 degrees at my store in Owensboro. Everybody be safe out there. Well, for the first time, I do believe in the new year. Hello to the Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
So how's retirement?
Excellent.
Excellent? Okay.
You mean we're 7 days into 26 already?
That's what it says here.
Yeah, I know that's right. But you got an anniversary coming up this month too, don't you? How many years you been on this platform now?
We on the date would be we were looking at. I think it's the morning of the 11th or 12th. It'll be kicking off year number 6 here in the Shot Secret Bunker.
Man, imagine that.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to call in for your anniversary show then too there. So them Hardballs, they ain't doing too good lately, are they?
I don't think he saw that coming, did he?
No, probably not. He probably thought he had a good job tied in there. Well, let's get on with all this baloney here. Did you know that Ford Bronco sales weren't enough to dethrone the Jeep Wrangler last year?
Is that right?
They sold a record number of dedicated 4x4, notching 146,007 sales through the end of the year, an increase of more than 30% over 2024. But that wasn't enough to dethrone that Jeep Wrangler, Steve. So,
wow.
Yeah, well, Ford just keep trying, bud. That's all I can tell you. Well, that Ford backwards driver returned on foot, right?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah. I saw this 18-year-old semi truck sold for $280,000, Steve. All because it doesn't have to use DEF. It only had 20,000 miles on it. Well, almost 21,000. 2007 Peterbilt 379. Sold at auction there. It was some folks are willing to spend that much for low mileage, well maintained, and most importantly, pre-DEF rigs, right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
You won't have to buy that stuff. Well, I'm going to pick Indiana over Oregon. And you know I got to choose Ole Miss over Miami, but ESPN has it the other way, so we'll just see what happens there. It'd be a good day to slap Lane Kiffin in the face, right? Well, I got a new next-door neighbor, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. She just moved in this past week. She's an Army medic, an emergency room nurse. I told her she could come over any time, nurse me back to health there. My daughter asked me, was I dating her yet? And I said, no, but she's over 21. And I was told I couldn't date a woman younger than my daughters. And I just laughed my ass off about that stuff, right?
No doubt.
So, yeah. Well, y'all, let's get a simplified shout out. Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, Steve Sommers. Y'all buy some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, and I get mine from Amazon, Steve. They just bring it right on down to the house here and deliver it to me. The only thing that you cannot get off of Amazon is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And, yep, you need to get some on there so I can buy something through that, too. So, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. It was good talking to you this morning, brother. And we'll stay in touch there. And I'm enjoying retirement. Matter of fact, I'm getting my house straightened up. I'm getting let go during the fall and winter. So, I told her when she calls you, Steve, to make sure she calls you Stud Muffin.
That's been a while. Been a long time since we heard that.
Yeah, I know that's right there. All right, have a great day, brother. I'll get back quiet and let somebody else get in there, or maybe Horse Edwards can call in and be a more intelligent caller.
Maybe at some point in time. Yeah, we got to make it official, right? Yeah, we got to get a wagering pool up and running here. I guess essentially, Knucklebuster's like 1 week into retirement, and yeah, who wants to wager? How long does it take? Will it be 3 months, 6 months? A year before he decides he's ready to get out there and put a few more miles under his belt? He says it ain't going to happen. He says he's not going to renew his medical certificate, none of that stuff. So I don't know. Can he hang on, stick to his guns? But yeah, Harbaugh, how about that? Turned into a Black Tuesday rather than Black Monday in the NFL. Out at the Ravens, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter this past day, ending the run of the most successful coach in that franchise history. Of course, 2 days after the Ravens lost to the rival Steelers, 26-24, missing that last-second field goal, eliminating them from the playoffs for the first time since 2021. Harbaugh had signed a 3-year deal last offseason, so he was under contract through the 2028 season. Yeah, multiple teams with head coach openings now going to be readjusting their boards. Obviously, some of them will be looking to pursue Harbaugh, according to sources. But Harbaugh didn't produce as much postseason success in recent years as he did in his career, which was a major disappointment, considering he had the two-time NFL Most Valuable Player Lamar Jackson in 8 seasons. With Jackson, Harbaugh won only 3 playoff games and never advanced past the AFC Championship game. But he does rank 12th for the most all-time wins by a head coach in NFL history. With 193, he guided the Ravens to a Super Bowl title in 2012, leading the Ravens for 18 seasons in total, the second longest active tenured coach in the league behind Mike Tomlin, who's in his 19th season with the Steelers there. So there's a virtual handful of coaching positions available out there. All right, John, speaking of Hot Shot Secret Products, we got a little bit of a tease about a week ago as Josh had come in the studio. We're doing our studio upgrades, and he spent some time with us there that evening. And he told us, well, he said, I can't say much, not right now, but yeah, hang in there. And here, the official unveiling occurring this past day. It is the latest from Hot Shot Secret. It is called the Tick Fix. Like tick, tick, tick. The Tick Fix and Protect from Hot Shot Secret. For those ticking engines, right? There are certain engines, and we had several callers in particular, engines that are notorious to have that tick. They've been working on this for some time. An advanced oil enhancer, this is for gasoline engines specifically, designed to restore smooth performance, quiet the valve train noise, and deliver unmatched wear protection in today's modern powertrains. Why does the lifter tick happen? With many of the newer engines, they say, especially those that have those stop-start systems, displacement on demand, and the hybrid technologies, they don't maintain constant oil flow to all the components. That interruption creates heat, which can cook into carbon. Burnt oil, varnish, I guess very similar to the whole stiction thing, right? Over time, those deposits clog tiny oil passages, causing lifters to stick, collapse, or tick. Now, if they are left untreated, it leads to noisy valve trains, accelerated camshaft wear, reduced performance, and ultimately costly engine damage. That is why we developed our Tick Fix and Protect, engineered to address the root cause, not just mask the noise. It actually cleans those harmful deposits that restrict the lifter operation, restores the proper valve train function, reduces engine wear by up to 30%, and quietly lubricates under extreme heat and pressure. Formulated with our FR3 nanotechnology and a complete additive package meeting the Dexos 1 Gen 3 specifications, Tick Fix and Protect replaces 1 quart of oil in whether you've got a 4 to 8 quart system. Supplement your oil with advanced cleaning and protection This is designed for modern gasoline engines, including the LS and Hemi platforms, any vehicles with the stop-start systems, hybrid powertrains, and displacement-on-demand engines. There it is, available now, obviously, at hotshotsecret.com. 844-844-3388 is our number, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So the big Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas is officially underway. A huge opportunity every year for companies, both large and small, to kind of parade the products they plan to put on the shelves in the new year. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, all had important chip and artificial intelligence platform announcements for the very first day of the show. But all audiences wanted to see more of Star Wars and Jensen Huang's little robot buddies. And as predicted, artificial intelligence was anchored in nearly everything as all these tech firms continue to look for AI products that will attract people like you and me, the customer. They break down some of the highlights from day number one. The biggest buzzword in the air, they said, was physical AI. That's NVIDIA's term for AI models that are trained in a virtual environment using computer-generated synthetic data, then deployed as physical machines once they've mastered their purpose. I'm confused. Physical AI. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang showed off Cosmos, which is an AI foundation model trained on massive data sets capable of simulating environments governed by actual physics. He also announced Alpamayo, an AI model specifically designed for autonomous driving. He also revealed NVIDIA's next-generation AI superchip platform, which has been dubbed Vera Rubin, saying that it is in full production and that NVIDIA has a new partnership with Siemens. All this shows NVIDIA's going to fight increased competition to retain their reputation as the backbone of the AI industry. But once he called for a couple of little waddling, chirping robots to join him on stage, that's all the audience wanted to see more of. What other highlights we have here? AMD's CEO announced a new line of famed Ryzen AI processors as they continue to expand their footprint in the world of AI-powered personal computers. For the gamers out there, they also showed off the latest version of their gaming-focused processor. Meanwhile, Intel announced their new AI chips for laptops. Panther Lake, also known as the Intel Core Ultra Series 3, and said the company has plans to launch a new platform to address a growing market for handheld video gaming machines. Of course, the Silicon Valley pioneer that's enjoyed decades of growth in their processors powered by the personal computer boom fell into a bit of a slump after missing the shift to mobile computing, which had been unleashed by the smartphone. They fell further behind after the AI boom propelled NVIDIA into the spotlight. President Trump's administration actually stepped in recently to secure a 10% stake in the company, making the government one of Intel's biggest shareholders. Federal officials said they invested in Intel to support U.S. technology and domestic manufacturing. Uber is giving the public a first look at their new robo-taxi at the CES this week, along with luxury electric vehicle manufacturer Lucid Motors and the vehicle tech company known as Nuro, introducing an autonomous vehicle with an Uber-designed in-cabin experience. Uber calls it the most luxurious robo-taxi yet. It features cameras, sensors, radars that provide 360-degree perception and a low-profile roof halo with integrated LEDs that will display the rider's initials to help them spot their car and track their ride status. Inside, riders can personalize everything from climate to seat heating to music, while real-time visuals show exactly what the vehicle is seeing on the road and the route it plans to take. Autonomous on-road testing began last month in San Francisco, led by Nuro, a major step toward what the company said is a planned launch before the end of this year. All right. LG reveals a new robot to help around your home. This can go under the intrigued for now file. The Korean tech giant given the media a glimpse of their humanoid robot that's designed to handle household chores like folding laundry and fetching food. Now, although there's a lot of companies that have robots on display at the CES, LG certainly is one of the biggest tech companies to promise to put a service robot in everybody's home. Now, that was actually supposed to be on display starting this past day. So they said we'll have more to report on that soon. This is basically all the highlights from what was Monday's edition. Yeah, talk about bizarre. Music you can taste was on display. Lollipop star unveiled a candy that plays music while you eat it. The company said it used something called bone induction technology, which lets you hear songs through the lollipop as you lick it or bite it in the back of your mouth. The musical lollipops will go on sale after the Consumer Electronics Show on Lollipop Star's website, $8.99 a pop. And if that wasn't enough star power, Akon, the artist, was expected to visit the company's booth this past day when the show opened up to the public. I guess Monday was all, private media and whatnot. Actually opened on Tuesday and continues this week. And lastly, the Hyundai-owned Boston Dynamics publicly demonstrated their humanoid robot. Everything's robots. Atlas was debuted for the first time at the CES Tech Showcase, ratcheting up a competition with Tesla and other rivals to build robots that look like people and do things that people do. Company said a version of the robot will help assemble cars that is already in production. That'll be deployed by 2028 at Hyundai's electric vehicle manufacturing facility near Savannah, Georgia. You tell me, a robot doing what a human previously, is that going to be taking jobs? All right, the latest from the CES.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. says it was not involved in the gunfire in Caracas.
It comes after deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores pleaded not guilty to federal drug and weapons offenses. Venezuelans who now live in America, many of whom still have family in Venezuela, say they're hoping for a transition in power and an economic revival.
We don't care the steps that has to be taken. We just need to be our country free.
President Trump has said he believes the U.S. oil industry could expand operations in Venezuela, also proposing to reimburse oil companies for rebuilding its infrastructure. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro says he would take up arms to defend Colombia if the United States were to attack, responding to President Trump's comments suggesting Colombia could be next after Venezuela's Maduro raid.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long.
Petro has rejected Trump's accusations, calling threats illegitimate, and emphasized Colombia's sovereignty and right to self-defend. Former Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino returned to civilian life as a conservative podcaster and immediately got into a profanity-filled online feud with former Congressman Matt Gaetz. The spat revolved around Bongino's 3 failed congressional campaigns and accusations of nepotism as well as shady parties. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are, or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
The Wyoming Supreme Court struck down 2 2023 abortion bans, ruling they violate the state's constitution's guarantee that adults control their own health care decisions. The 4-1 ruling lets abortions and abortion medication remain legal. Governor Mark Gordon called for a referendum to reverse that decision. Death penalty opponents are asking for Oklahoma State Pardon and Parole Board to grant clemency to Kendrick Simpson, who is scheduled for execution on February 12th for a 2006 double murder in Oklahoma City. His attorney says Simpson, age 45, is remorseful and has PTSD from chronic childhood trauma that the jury never heard about.
Kendrick acknowledges the unrelenting pain and grief that he has caused the loved ones of his victims. Not a day goes by without his thinking about them.
The clemency hearing is set for January 14th. The CDC has announced an overhaul of the childhood vaccine schedule.
The updated schedule is expected to resemble Denmark's, which recommends all children get vaccines for 11 diseases rather than 18. Senior Health and Human Services officials said the changes are meant to restore trust in public health, but public health experts and major medical organizations warn against the change. Parents who do want their kids to receive all of the vaccines previously recommended will still be able to do so, and insurance will cover the shots. I'm Monica Nilsson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And away we go. Another day, another hour. As we work to turn the page on the calendar, 7th day of January, coming our way. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Morning to Kevin. Checking in via Facebook. Yeah, Knuckle Buster was asking about an anniversary coming up. Yeah, we're about to wrap up 5 years. And we'll be kicking off our 6th year here in the Hot Shot Secret Studios. 11th day. Sneakers said congratulations and thank you to Hot Shot Secret. All right, hello to Bob in Michigan. Looks like the ice cream man is on board. Hello, all. Buckeye Boy said, I'd like to see Harbaugh go to the Falcons. Yeah. Who else we got? Hey, Mike. Yeah, we got that coming up, right? Dennis is on board. Morning, Mr. Fraley. He says, I think Harbaugh's going to end up with the Raiders. He's always been a gambler. It'd be a perfect fit for him. All right, Drummer Girl, 38 degrees, foggy in northeast Philly tonight. I've been in fog since I left the Home 20 near Lehigh Valley International Airport at 9 o'clock in the evening. So, yeah, drive safely out there. We were talking about all the robots. Dennis says they're making robots to eliminate the human race. Ask Alex Jones. Okay. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Hump Day. Headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then back down to Jacksonville, North Carolina. Have a great day. Now, speaking of, hey, Mike. Can you believe it's already that time for the first time in the new year?
The first time of the year, the first time of the month, the last time of the 5th year of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes.
How about that?
That's right.
So, let's see here. Trying to figure out. I don't know. I can't tell if I'm on speaker or not. I don't think so.
I think you might be. You might be.
I was, and I'm not now.
Okay, I don't know. You were a little more distant. It's better.
Yeah, it's better. So, anyways, I just started the truck. Yeah, so, hey, Mike. What day is it?
Yes, it is.
What day?
It's Hump Day. How about that? And it really is Hump Day because it's a full work week. You got to work 5 days this week. Holidays are over.
I tell you what, are you going to be able to handle that?
Oh, man.
5 full days in a row?
The stress, the strain.
I can only imagine. So, anyways, has the Steve Summers household gotten any healthier yet?
Princess is getting better with each patch. Just kind of a cough that comes and goes. Coughing fits here and there.
Okay.
Beth's been better a long time, just like me.
Yeah. Well, she's the one that brought it in the first place, right?
Exactly, yes. The guilty party.
Yeah.
And Rowan never got sick. I can't believe that.
How does that work out?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wasn't he supposed to get sick so he could take it to school to
and share
it with everybody else when he went back to school?
Yeah.
So, anyways, so I sent you a couple things, and of course, the one you've already mentioned there was Harbaugh. So, yeah, I think if he was offered an opportunity, the right opportunity to go west, because his brother's out there in San Diego. You know, his brother, he's John, the other one's, can't remember. Another J or something, isn't it?
Is it Jim?
J name?
Jim, isn't it?
Jim, yeah. So he's out there, you know, the former Michigan coach. He's out there in San Diego. So, I don't know where's not San Diego, the Chargers. I mean, that's what I was going to ask. Is where do the Chargers play now? Are they still in San Diego, or did they move to Los Angeles? Or because they can't keep track of where the Rams go, and the Raiders go, and the Chargers go, and they keep bouncing around out there. At some point, they're probably going to be like the New York teams. They just all play at the same stadium. You got the Jets and the Giants. They just play at the Meadowlands, and we know where they all are because they don't. You know, they're all at the same place. But that makes it easy. You only got to buy one. The taxpayers only have to buy one stadium that way.
Right.
If they all play at the same place. Unlike what's apparently going on out there in Kansas City, whether it's Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas, or wherever Kansas City is going to start playing. I don't know. Maybe they'll play at the Polo Field. Remember they used to play games? They used to have to play their games, both baseball and football, at the Polo Field.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, but so the other thing I sent you, I don't know if you got a chance to view it before you got to be on the show tonight or not, was the clip from, I believe it was 60 Minutes, that was showing a robot there out of I forget which technical place it was up there around Boston. And that robot they showed was pretty amazing. It's not their final generation of that robot, but that robot had it. The thing is that when people are making robots, they're kind of making them try to look like people, a body with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, and hands and feet, and kind of, they mimic whatever, kind of the way the humans move.
Right.
Well, this robot on that they were showing, his joints have now been upgraded that every joint rotates 360 degrees.
Boston Dynamics. I did. That was a 60 Minutes presentation, and yes, that thing was unbelievable.
Yep, because it could be facing one way, and without turning its physical self around, it could rotate itself around to face the other direction. It was just astronomical, just unbelievable to watch, because it's like you're sitting there and it's like watching them contortionists on TV, the ones that just move their, bones and joints in every direction that you can't believe that they must be pulling themselves out of sockets and, doing all kinds of torturous things to themselves. And to see this robot, and, then they had it, it had 3 fingers instead of 2, but it could rotate them around, and they could be 3 parallel, or 2 on one side, or just use 2 opposing, or 3, but to move things, and I mean, pressure-wise, it sensed the amount of, knew how much pressure to put on things so it didn't crush things. But I guess there was one of the car manufacturers that was using it as repetitive motion. It was doing a job that was repetitive motion, and it just sat there. And I mean, talk about taking it. Not only did it take away a job, it took away 3 jobs, because it can sit there for 24 hours a day. It doesn't need a break, and it do 3 shifts. So that's 3 jobs. The one robot's taking 3 jobs away. So I don't know. Scary stuff, Your Honor. And that was just, that's one that they're going to build on. That's not even the final thing. But
well, you remember the Will Smith movie? Was it late 80s? Maybe I think it was late 80s, I, Robot, where everybody had a robot in their home. Everybody. It's almost like that's the direction they're taking it.
The thing about that robot that I'm talking about was being able to. That's been, they said that's been their limitation. Is the wires that they need to control everything to send the signals through have to go through the joints, and whatever they did with this, they came up with a new way that the wire, they don't have wires through the joints.
Mm-hmm.
They have some sort of electrical contacts in the joints, so that they don't need to run the wires through. That's how they're able to make all these joints work in this 360-degree rotation ability.
Nothing to get twisted.
Yep, scary stuff. So, but other than that, I mean, we're just getting started here. We haven't really seen a whole lot. Had some patchy fog on the way to the truck, so it's kind of like lake effect snow. You're in it, you're out of it. You're in it, you're out of it. So I get the feeling it's going to be that way. It looks like there might be some sprinkle drops around, but the rain they called for a couple days ago on Friday has been downgraded, and they want to even heavier rain on Saturday. So I I don't know if the rain's supposed to start later Friday and go into Saturday, but looks like Saturday is going to be a full day of rain, and then but Friday's not. They dropped it from an 80% chance to a 40% chance. So, of course, watch the next weather forecast, and we'll see what they've changed it to again.
So it's bound to change.
Exactly. So, but anyways, Your Honor, with that, we'll let you get going there and do some more due diligence, and we're going to see if we can get things warmed up and moving down the highway here.
There you go. Move that propane. Even though it's warming up momentarily, Old Man Winter's got a long way to go. And, it looks like our transition time, we'll have another warm Wednesday and a warm Thursday. That front, the big storm, the West Coast to East Coast storm, it comes rolling through our region sometime Thursday evening, talking about stronger storms, maybe about the midnight hour. A lot of winds are going to be in play. 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, they tell us. All right, industry headlines just ahead.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, first out of the box under industry headlines here this Wednesday morning. For whatever reason, there's a number of states out there that just cannot get their act together when it comes to your medical certification. It's been a full 6 months now. 6 months after rolling out the new regulations that would eliminate the need for you, the driver, to carry a paper copy of your medical certification. The FMCSA is yet again giving states some extra time to comply with the new rules. Now, this goes all the way back to June, when they announced the Medical Examiners Certification Integration Rule, the NRII, that requires medical examiners to electronically submit results from your medical exam to the FMCSA and the state licensing agencies. Now, the new electronic system, well, it was intended to eliminate the need for you to carry a paper copy. They said at the time, the new digitized system will make life easier for lawful truck drivers and harder for bad actors who want to commit fraud. It will enhance safety on the roads and ensure law enforcement has access to the real-time data they need to do their job. Now, while they said the implementation of the new rule marked a major advancement in safety and integrity of the commercial driver's licensing process, there are a number of states struggling to fully comply with the new certification regulations. We can go back a month after the announcement. Initially, there were still a dozen states non-compliant. The FMCSA issued a waiver back in July, allowing drivers to continue using a paper copy for up to 15 days after your exam date. The next month, the same 12 states were still lagging. They modified the waiver, allowing the use of a paper copy for up to 60 days after the exam. That original waiver expired on October 12. As that deadline approached, the number of non-compliant states remained unchanged. So, another waiver, set to expire on January 10th, 3 days from now. Here, a few weeks ago, the CVSA urged the FMCSA to allow drivers to continue using paper copies of their medical certification until all these issues have been resolved, and all states are fully compliant. As of press time yesterday, we are down to 8 states at least: Alaska, California, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, and Oklahoma that have yet to fully implement the new regulations. Despite the forward progress, the agency has again issued a waiver to assist truckers as the states continue to move toward implementing the new regulations. So, last week, the FMCSA issued a new waiver allowing you to use a paper copy of your certification for up to 60 days following the exam. They said this decision to reissue the waiver is in the public interest to prevent undue hardship on drivers that have valid medical certification and their employers due to potential processing delays outside of their control during this transition period. We've seen nothing but headaches and more headaches with drivers saying, I got my certificate, I got my exam. They wouldn't give me a paper copy. And then next thing you know, I'm getting a notification that my CDL's been downgraded. Numerous listeners to this program have been through this. Now, the agency also recommends certified medical examiners continue issuing the certificates to drivers, the paper copy, in addition to submitting the electronic results until these issues have been resolved. So the new waiver will actually go in effect on January 11. Of course, the current one expires on the 10th. January 11, this one is set to last until April the 10th. So they're given another 4 months. All right, troubles. Buckeye Boy, as I was just mentioning, says, we've already heard nightmare stories, drivers having their licenses downgraded due to the incompetence of either the medical examiner or the state government agency screwing up the certification electronic updates. Bad idea to not carry one. You keep carrying that paper copy. 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, in the trucking industry, cross-border freight. According to this report from FreightWaves, all these concerns, the tariffs were going to be the end of the world. The sky is falling. The dust appears to be settling. The tariff issues are not really turning the world on its head. U.S.-Mexico cross-border freight is poised to remain a stabilizing force in North American logistics this year, according to executives at Uber Freight. In an interview with FreightWaves, the senior economist at Uber Freight, Mason Danoff, and Jose Guerrero, the head of U.S. Customs Operations, said even as the broader trucking markets grapple with thin margins, tariff uncertainty, unpredictable economic cross-currents, sustained cross-border demand is reshaping how shippers and carriers should prepare for the year ahead. In looking at some of the statistical numbers we've had through the ports down to the southern border, there's been an increase of 15% of exports out of Mexico into the U.S. So what does that mean for us? It means the customers are stabilizing and actually stabilizing their imports. They're understanding the new normal in a sense where these new tariffs have come into play. They're managing the tariff situation. He said the U.S. trucking market is showing signs of tightening compared to the past 2 years, driven largely by sustained carriers exiting and historically low tractor and trailer orders. Spot rates have recently surged, up more than 10% in a matter of weeks. He cautioned that the late-year bump in those rates may not last. On a per-mile basis, spot rates are near operating costs. Now, once you account for empty miles, carriers are still running below break even on a loaded mile basis, he says. He noted roughly 15% of miles are typically non-revenue generating, pushing the true costs closer to $2.60 per loaded mile versus the spot rates that are hovering closer to $2.15. Structural indicators point to continued capacity discipline. Tractor and trailer orders, particularly for sleeper cabs and dry vans, are down double digits year over year and remain below even pandemic-era lows. Now, this has eliminated much of the market's buffer during demand spikes. It's too early to declare a full market turnaround. Everything could change. The market in the next year is very uncertain. Our advice is do not rely on a single forecast. Adopt a scenario planning approach where you look at the broader picture.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The first cross-country storm of the year is expected to bring rain and severe weather threats to millions.
Developing out of the west and could impact most of the nation. Stormy conditions will break out in the southwest Thursday before moving into the Rockies and ushering in the possibility of snow across the upper Midwest. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Good news today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 484 points. The S&P 500 rose 42 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 151 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Back at it here. Where did we leave off? Some folks chiming in about the medical certification. Gary, he said, why are they always trying to fix what's not broke? I mean, simply carrying your medical card has always worked, hasn't it? Buckeye Boy, it's best to take your updated medical certificate to the driver's license facility and physically watch it be entered into the computer system. I learned that lesson when the medical examiner's office said they faxed the information over the state, and the state nimrods never entered it into the system. What can you say? All right, meanwhile, stock market on a roll this past day. Wall Street ending higher Tuesday. A little bit of this has to do with the Consumer Electronics Show. Maybe a lot of it. Chip stocks surging on renewed artificial intelligence optimism. Moderna rallied, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit a record high, rallying by nearly 500 points, passing the 49,000 milestone. Moderna jumped after Bank of America Global Research raised their price target on the drug maker, helping to lift the S&P 500 healthcare index. Memory and storage technology stocks rallied after NVIDIA, speaking at the CES in Vegas, gave details about upcoming artificial intelligence processors that include a new layer of storage technology. SanDisk, Western Digital, Seagate Technology, Micron Technology, all hitting record highs. The PHLX chip index also hit an all-time high, bringing its gain in the first 3 trading sessions of the year to about 8%. Let's see, according to a portfolio manager at Argent Capital in St. Louis, I think we're going to have a very strong earnings season for big tech, and all these CapEx estimates that we hear about are going to be revised higher once again. Investors are looking forward to reliable economic data as the effects of the record 43-day government shutdown wears off, and the upcoming release, including job openings, the labor turnover survey coming up on Wednesday, today, Friday's jobs report for December. Weaker than expected employment data could strengthen the case for central bank interest rates cuts. Headed into fourth quarter earnings season in the next few weeks, valuations on Wall Street remain relatively pricey. A lot of numbers they go through, but crossing the 49,000 mark, I guess the next target, will we see 50,000? All right, let's see what's going on with Scrapyard this early Wednesday. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, not much on my return trip. Over that certification, I had a good friend of mine, Purple Chicken, as his handle on the radio. He had that happen to him today, and they downgraded his license. He got a letter from the state. You talk about fuming mad. He didn't have to be to work till like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, it took him that long from, he had to go drive about 60 miles to go find a provider other than the one that he used originally, and then get that in. And he'd been working all this time, and all I come to find out his license had been downgraded. And he had done it like in November or December, got his physical done.
Wow.
And the provider told him that they sent it into the state and had that happen. So, I can understand a lot of people being cheesed off. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
But were you talking earlier about, I joined the show late, were you talking earlier about robotics, about how to pass current through an articulated joint?
Well, that was in a roundabout way. We were talking about, Boston Dynamics. They've developed a robot, all the joints that are, fully can turn 360 degrees. Yes.
Well, that, have you ever, like on these newer vehicles, have got all these switches on the steering wheel. And if they don't use what's called a tape switch, then it's a conductive ring cluster, where it's a bunch of gold-plated copper rings. And it's like cutting an onion across ways, and multiple layers. Mm-hmm. And it's just a series of small to large rings. And then on the opposing side has gold-plated conductive wipers on the other set of rings on the other side of the joint, and that's how they're using it. Basically, the technology on some really high-end vehicles that's in the steering wheel, where the steering wheel meets the steering column,
right?
For stereo control, the whole 9 yards. But like 2 decades ago, it was something, I think it was Caltech, I believe, invented artificial muscles. It's basically Inconel spring wire, thousands of little Inconel springs running through cast rubber and applying a charge to it. And when natural rubber gets warm or hot, it contracts. So they made artificial muscles and actually demonstrated it. Saw it on a science program many years ago, where they had created artificial muscles for use in robotics and prosthetics.
How about that?
Yeah, and some of the advances in prosthetics now. I mean, they've got prosthetic arms that are now, and hands that are even controlled by a person's own central nervous system.
Yeah.
In fact, Robert Downey Jr. created created some foundation on it for providing prosthetic arms. These the hands that are created now even have the capability of touch, where you can actually sense touch on some of them, but they're like $1 million a pop.
I bet, yeah, right, wow.
But it's definitely advancing and all that. Yeah, you know, God forbid that I ever need one, but if I ever do need one, I hope to God it's some of that advanced stuff and all that.
Well, Scrapyard, are you dealing with any fog down there tonight? I did see we have a lot of fog advisories. Looks like a little further east, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana tonight. Y'all clear there?
No, it's pretty clear right now. It's 40 degrees, a little bit of slightly overcast now. The moon shining through, but you can almost turn your headlights off and drive, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty bright out here. And it's what's really strange is whenever the moon is shining real bright, people somehow have the need to turn their high beams on and run with them, even in traffic. Never did figure that out. But all in all, I figured I'd give you a shout out and give you a shout out and all that, and I'll get out of here and let's get back to it.
Thank you so much, Scrapyard. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Indeed, yeah. I think the warmer air continues. I mean, if I saw correctly, they're talking maybe, is it 60s? 60s for highs here. Yeah, by the time we get to Thursday, Friday, that's the January thaw for sure. Meanwhile, Arkansas police advising they're going to have a new tool to combat distracted driving when their new camera technology goes online in work zones this month. Starting mid-January, camera systems already in use in work zones for speed enforcement will now detect when a driver is using a handheld device like a cell phone, according to the Arkansas DOT. The camera system will then send an alert to a police officer downstream, who can then safely pull over the driver when they exit the work zone and administer a warning or citation. Signage, they say, will alert drivers to the fact that the camera enforcement system is in use in the work zones. I don't know how this technology works. It is against Arkansas law to use a handheld device in a work zone. Until now, the hands-free law in work zone has been relatively difficult to enforce. The new technology, this technology, will help us keep road workers and the traveling public safer. Arkansas DOT says that data captured by the cameras will only be used for enforcement purposes. Safety is the top priority. This includes the safety of workers in the work zones, travelers passing through work zones, officers stationed in or near work zones. Everybody deserves to make it home safely. This technology, yet another tool officers can use to enforce the laws that were enacted with safety in mind. I don't know if are they getting some sort of a digital. How can they determine if you're not in line of sight? I'll have to investigate a bit more how this new technology works. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Eagle checks in. Morning, Eagle.
Okay, how you doing? Yeah, Steve, before I get to the politics thing, what's going on with Trump and Maduro and this other situation, I want to talk about the NFL for a minute, the sports deal. Okay, they call it Black Monday in the NFL after the last game of the season. Coaches around the league are being terminated. And some of the coaches that have been terminated the last day with Cleveland, Cleveland needed to have his coach be terminated. He's out of a job. Cincinnati, they should have terminated their coach, but they kept him around for another year. There's going to be a lot of good coaches. And the one I'm getting ready to name right now, he would have been a good coach from Cincinnati, and I still can't believe that Baltimore handled that situation like that. They fired John Harbaugh today, a Super Bowl winning coach, been with the Baltimore for 18 years, and it's not his fault that the kicker missed a point blank kick at the end of the ball game, and they still saw fit to fire the guy. So they'll pay the price for that because they'll have a hard time finding a coach as good as John Harbaugh, a guy that took his team to playoffs numerous times and is a Super Bowl. You don't terminate a guy that's done all that for Baltimore. If they handled it the wrong way, he should have been brung back for another year. Field goal kicker shouldn't determine his future. Now, another guy that was other coaches that have been released is Arizona. They released a coach, and the Los Angeles Raiders. They looking for a coach, and the New York Giants. So there's several vacancies.
Yeah.
At least 4 to 5 vacant, and plus the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Falcons don't have no coach. So there's at least 5 or 6 jobs available right now in the NFL for coaches to pick up on. So you're going to see a lot of moves. Because NFL is starting to get like college football, Steve. Whatchamacallit, Pete Carroll with the Raiders, he only coached them 1 year. They're not even giving you a chance to get your own people in there no more. You want it done. Just like college football is now, they're not even giving a coach 2 to 3 years, and you out. And if you can't if you don't put up a winning performance or get your team to a championship or something like that, then you're out of a job. That's what it's gonna come to now in college and professional sports at this point. So these college, these coaches now, they got to win or you out. It's just that simple now. And it probably was coming down between him in Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh would have lost that game, Mike Tomlin, he probably would have been out of a job. So one way or the other, somebody was going to lose their job in that ball game. So unfortunately, it was John Harbaugh, but I think he'll turn up. I think he'll be coaching somebody's team in the next year because he's too good of a coach to be sitting on the sidelines. Now, getting to the politics deal, I want to start on a guy, Steve, before I get to Donald Trump, because I didn't talk about him the other night. And that's this loser. And everybody in America, everybody, and I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, everybody in America ought to be glad that man is nowhere near the White House, Steve. And that's that guy, Tim Walz of Minnesota. This guy here is nothing but a crook, and he's a coward. Because you already know when he stepped out on his own military unit. This guy here is a coward. And can you believe that, Steve, that this guy was literally inches away from being in the White House as Vice President of the United States of America, a loser like that? What'd you say?
It's downright scary. With all the corruption he's involved in, could you imagine how deep he would be in the swamp as Vice President?
Oh, yeah, it's unimaginable, Steve, to think that man could be sitting in the White House right now, as crooked as that guy is. All the money he's stolen from the people of Minnesota and gave it to the Somalians and other people that didn't deserve it. And don't forget, he was the guy in charge when George Floyd got killed, because I ain't forgot about it. He was the one who let the whole damn city burn to the ground. So for all those Democrats out there who seem to take up for this loser, remember that. Remember that when he was a part of that situation too. So that guy there is nothing but a loser, and hopefully he gets what's coming to him, Steve, because the guy's nothing but a criminal. He stole a lot of money, and like I said, I remember I used to ask you a couple of years ago, how do people like that get elected? How does Ilhan Omar get elected in Minnesota? Now we find out how she got elected, because she brung in her own people from Somalia, and that's who voted for her. That's why she got into Minnesota, because the regular average person that lives in Minnesota wouldn't be dumb enough to vote for somebody like her. So hopefully Ilhan Omar and him will get what's coming to him in 2026, because he decided he was going to step down or get out of the race for governor, and that's a good thing for the people of Minnesota, not a bad thing. Good riddance. Go somewhere. Who cares? And hopefully you'll never show his face again in the state of Minnesota, and I don't even live in Minnesota. I don't like the guy. Now, let's move on to the other situation with Donald Trump in the Maduro situation. And it's just disgusting, Steve. I just happened to looking at YouTube earlier tonight, and I came upon the view a show that should have been canceled a long time ago. They got a YouTube channel, and you should have heard what Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of them losers had to say. That show should have been canceled. That show should have been canceled December the 31st, 2025. That show should have never hit the year 2026, Steve. I've been telling you about that show for a long time. These people had the nerve to say that Donald Trump was wrong for he didn't go through Congress, that he's broke the law, and that Maduro the Maduro shouldn't be in the custody of the United States of America. It's sickening how stupid these people are. This guy here is an international criminal. He's killed his own people. His wife is a criminal, his son too. They got them all in custody, and they're behind bars tonight where they belong. And anybody that says that they're feel that Donald Trump was out of line for what he did, no, Donald Trump, he's the only president that had the guts to go in there and get him. Because I promise you, Joe Biden wasn't go do it. Right. And you and me, we just got through talking about the other loser, Kamala Harris. Kamala, she wouldn't have shut down the border, and she definitely wouldn't have went in there and got Maduro. Maduro would still be in power as we speak tonight, Steve. So I have nothing to say bad to say about Donald Trump. He started out 2026 the way it's supposed to be started. And Congress, they're a useless bunch of losers right now. All they're trying to do is roadblock Donald Trump and stop him from making America great again. This man is sending drugs into America, fentanyl, any other drug you can name, and killing numerous American people, and it had to be stopped one way or the other. And Donald Trump, he had the guts to go in there on a midnight run and take this man out of there and bring him back to the United States to give him, put him in the jail cell where he belongs for the rest of his miserable life. So anybody, and I told you this the other day, Steve, anybody who disagrees with what I say or anybody who has any sort of sympathy for a loser like that, I'm willing to reach into my pocket. That's right. I'll reach into my pocket and buy you an airline ticket to Venezuela, and we'll see how you like it down there. I guarantee you'll be trying to get back to the United States as soon as you possibly can. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. I can see them lining up. I want a ticket. I want a ticket. It's a one-way flight. Don't forget. We hadn't even touched on the Minnesota gets that scandal. The fraud gets deeper and deeper and more disgusting with each passing day. And all the latest on Venezuela as well coming up. It was another, just breaking this past day in regards to Minnesota and Tim Walz. The bombshell report says the Minnesota auditor report just dropped, and it confirms that Tim Walz's Department of Human Resources fabricated records, did not verify grant recipients, actually tried to cover their tracks, enabling this massive fraud. Like it just got 10,000 times worse. Yeah, Walz already announced he's not going to run for re-election. I mean, they're saying Walz has to resign now. Perhaps the most explosive revelation is that managers with the Department of Health tried to cover their tracks by backdating and creating new documents, sent millions of dollars out the door in grants without making proper checks into who was actually getting the money. And that's not even the most jaw-dropping finding. One outrageous example, the auditors found a grantee that was paid $672,000 for 1 month of work without any information on what they do. And the audit says the grant manager who paid it then left the Department of Human Services a couple days later and then became a paid consultant for that company. Okay. During the audit, they say multiple DHS managers backdated or actually created new documents trying to cover their tracks. Yeah, this stuff is deep. Even more as we kind of wind down hour number 2 here. The disgraced Minnesota governor having ended his re-election bid, but the staggering scale of this multi-billion-dollar billion scam perpetrated by Muslim refugees from Somalia. Spotlights, this is epic incompetence. The final nail in the Democrats' gubernatorial coffin dropped when a photograph of Walz cheerfully posing for a celebratory photo with Ayaan Abukar. That's a name you should remember because there's more in regards to her. She's the architect, or was, of a fraudulent $250 million child nutrition scheme. Yeah, the photo showing a gleeful Walz after Abukar received the Outstanding Refugee Award in 2021 for what turned out to be her sham nonprofit work with Feeding Our Future. At the time, she operated a money laundering network that falsely claimed they were feeding underprivileged children during the COVID pandemic. In reality, the real world, Feeding Our Children, or Feeding Our Future, employed a network of Muslim Somali refugees who laundered millions in federal tax dollars by inflating meal counts, creating fake shell entities, and submitting false invoices. From October of 2020 to 22, Abukar submitted fake claims stating that her scam charity was feeding up to 5,000 children per day. Per day. We got to pause there. Much more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Venezuelan political prisoners and families of slain protesters are speaking out after Nicolas Maduro's arrest. Victims describe widespread torture, beatings, and deaths under the Maduro regime, including at the notorious Helicoide prison. While Maduro faces U.S. federal narco-terrorism charges, survivors stress that American justice offers due process, and some are calling for additional trials on crimes against humanity. There's another court hearing later this week in the case of accused healthcare CEO killer Luigi Mangione.
Mangione's defense team wants prosecutors barred from seeking the death penalty in the case, along with some evidence and statements thrown out. Lawyers are also calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to recuse herself from the murder trial, claiming she has a profound conflict of interest due to her ties to a lobbying firm that represents United Healthcare. The defense attorneys argue that Bondi's past and present financial interest in Ballard Partners violates Mangioni's due process rights. The hearing is set for Friday. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Mexican officials are cautiously monitoring President Trump's recent comments on U.S. actions against cartels amid concerns about possible unilateral measures after Venezuela's Maduro was captured. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum emphasizes cooperation and respect for international law, while privately officials and business leaders worry about the potential for disruption, highlighting the importance of continued U.S.-Mexico coordination on trade, security, and border issues. Speaking at the GOP retreat at the newly renamed Trump Kennedy Center, President Trump expressed confidence that Republicans could break records in this year's midterm elections.
But even if it's a successful presidency, there's been nothing like what we're doing. We had a very good day 2 days ago, too.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is using his final days in office to tout the crime reductions his administration has achieved.
Governor Murphy says the Garden State recorded fewer than 600 shootings in a single calendar year.
Many experts, and by the way, yours truly, said getting below 1,000 shootings in a year was impossible, but we did it.
Murphy's also touting a meaningful drop in auto thefts, which he says too often escalates into other forms of violence. The governor says there's still work to be done, and he believes Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill will continue working to reduce crime. I'm Natalie Migliori.
A Florida Republican congresswoman is spearheading a bill that would ban federal lawmakers from investing in stocks in crypto.
You're supposed to go to Congress to serve, not to become a multimillionaire.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna says she's advancing the most bipartisan bill in Congress.
We are going to be putting something on the floor coming up this quarter that will permanently stop the insider trading, which it is happening in Washington, D.C.
Luna says her bill, the Restore Trust in Congress Act, requires current members of Congress to divest at fair market value within 180 days and incoming members to do so within 90 days. Karen Curtis, Miami.
A Justice Department Inspector General report found the Bureau of Prisons failed to provide timely medical care to inmate Frederick Bardell, who died from treatable colon cancer. Delays, understaffing, and mismanagement, including ignoring a federal court's release order, contributed to that death. Bardell had been serving time for downloading child pornography. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, just like that, another hour underway. Here we go. Working our way into a Wednesday. As the Geico Camel likes to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? Hump Day. There we go. Good to have you with us. We left off more of this fraud thing. Yeah, Minnesota is unbelievable. But undoubtedly, it's taking place in other cities, in other states. How deep does it go? Yeah, we were talking in specific about Tim Walz's ties with this fraud feeding the future. At one point, claiming they were feeding 5,000 children every day, according to prosecutors. In reality, they were stealing the money. Yeah. She was making lavish personal purchases, including a 37-acre property in the state of Minnesota. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase an aircraft in Nairobi, Kenya. Shockingly, this brazen scam is one of at least 3 massive money laundering operations perpetrated by Somali refugees in Minnesota. To date, federal prosecutors say 59 people have been convicted in those schemes so far, and that more than $1 billion in taxpayer money has been stolen in just those 3 plots that they had investigated. In another program aimed to provide therapy for autistic children, prosecutors said providers recruited children in Minneapolis in the Somali community, falsely certifying them as qualifying for autism treatment and paying the parents kickbacks for their cooperation. I mean, given the mind-boggling scale of the fraud that metastasized under Walz's watch, yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to even finish out his term. He should be ousted yesterday. Now, his current term doesn't end until January of next year. He needs to be out of there. Obviously, he's demonstrated egregious incompetence and negligence. Of course, President Trump says Walz needs to be booted from office like now. Which brings us to the Small Business Administration administrator announcing late last week, it's Kelly Loeffler announcing that her agency has now or is suspending thousands of Minnesota borrowers. Fraudulent activity, much of it involving COVID-era lending programs. She posted the Small Business Association has taken action to suspend some 6,900 borrowers in Minnesota after reviewing thousands of potentially fraudulent Paycheck Protection Program and economic injury disaster loans that were approved in that state. Borrowers in the state suspected of fraud had been approved for some 7,900 PPP and EIDL loans. These borrowers approved, we're talking $400 million. These individuals will be banned from all Small Business Association loan programs, including disaster loans going forward. We're going to refer every case, where appropriate, to federal law enforcement for prosecution and repayment. After years the American people will finally begin to see the criminals who stole from the law-abiding taxpayers held accountable. This is just the first state, she says. Of course, Tim Walz's administration grappling with the allegations of fraud to these Somali-run operations. Loeffler actually sent a letter to Walz on December 23rd, stating that her agency is going to hold over $5.5 million in annual funding to the state until further notice. And lastly, before we get back to the calls, the fraud. This is spearheading investigations literally all over the country. We find out yesterday, Tuesday, Department of Health and Human Services General Counsel Mike Stewart, who spoke on Newsmax, warning that the fraud across federal health programs could be in the tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, citing what he described as a breathtaking case emerging in Minnesota. Stewart said Health and Human Services is intensely focused on allegations of massive Medicaid-related fraud in the state, where estimates have ranged from billions of dollars to far higher figures. The scope of the alleged abuse underscores the need for aggressive enforcement. Federal resources have been pouring into Minnesota right now. They've got the largest Homeland Security operation that I'm seeing reports of in history underway in that state. He said, quote, "We're not talking a few $billion. We're talking tens, if not hundreds of billions across the spectrum in fraud in federal programs." Stewart is the former U.S. attorney crediting President Trump and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for prioritizing fraud enforcement. I said they're also reviewing other jurisdictions outside of Minnesota. Didn't name them, but there are other states obviously involved. His department's leadership is consumed with ensuring taxpayer dollars reach legitimate beneficiaries. Every dollar of ill-gotten gains is a dollar that Martha and Johnny don't have for benefits they desperately need. The taxpayers and the vulnerable recipients are the ultimate victims of this fraud. He emphasized the administration is committed to zero tolerance. The White House and Health and Human Services are zeroed in on stopping the corruption and safeguarding federal health funds. Again, when the whole Somali community fraud really began to hit the media, Elon Musk, remember he took to X, his own X, and posted, I was telling you this back in February. The fraud that they're uncovering in Minnesota right now is the tip of the iceberg. I said, I tried. This goes much, much deeper into the hundreds of billions of dollars. All righty, so let me see what's going on with Pappy. Hey, our first hump day of the year. It's official.
Yes, it is. I'm glad to see Horse Feathers made it official. Steve, did you hear that there's UN officials found to have ties and or ownerships of some of these daycare, healthcare?
And that's right here in Cincinnati.
Also, these taxi services, Steve, where people need a ride to and from the doctor, they're tied into this. All these NGO, government assistance programs, are built with fraud in mind. I don't know if you saw this. There was a lady that came out in California, did an audit, $70 billion in fraud. $70 billion that she can just found.
Wow.
Steve, they went through this list of stuff, and it's all the same thing we're hearing, a lot more, just unbelievable. It was, I forget how many millions of dollars went to for the homeless. Gone, nobody can account for, and has done nothing to help the homeless out there. Remember that rail car system they were supposed to build?
Yep.
Not one piece of track has been laid yet. Apparently, Elon and Trump kissed and made up. Elon might be back in the White House. Steve, let me tell you how this works. I'm going to go back to the Smartmatic and voting machines, Dominion. There was a dude by the name of Gabe Sterling. He was a salesman for Dominion, right? He made the sales with the machines an $89 million deal with Georgia to get Georgia to invest in these Smartmatic machines. So as soon as that deal was done, Steve, what happened? He was given the position of the right-hand man of the Secretary of State for Georgia. Do you hear what I just said?
Right.
Secretary of State. After he made this sales deal, now he's in the government to the right-hand man of the Secretary of State for Georgia. Who's in charge of elections in the states?
Secretary of State, isn't it?
Yes, sir. See how all this works around?
It's amazing.
Came out. We talked about this, Steve. You talked about it. 300,000 votes found to be fraudulent in Georgia. All these ballots that should have went to Trump, but didn't, weren't allowed to go through. Biden won Georgia by 11,000 votes, Steve. This is all coming out, man. All right. I want to get to something here. The night that they went in and got Maduro, Steve, right after I'm watching this, I started posting stuff on Facebook. Right? I don't know if you've seen it or not. In one of my posts, I made a comment. Did he make a deal? Right? Did he make a deal maybe to save face or something? Yeah, my head's just turning the way it does. Next day, somebody got a phone call. He said, "Hey, Pappy, stay tuned to that, man." He goes, "You're on to something. Not quite, but you're on to something." He called me back. He said, "Hey, I want you to listen to this guy by the name of Patrick Barnes. I think he's a former CIA guy. Anyway, he was on the Alex Jones show. I was told to watch a specific segment here. Steve, was this a rescue mission? Bear with me here now, man. This dude is saying that he thinks, and all the signs and signals were put out, that this might have been a rescue mission, not a search and seek and capture. They were not going to let him leave the country. They were going to kill him. And I don't know, do you remember this? That took place, Saturday night or Friday night? I can't remember. It was like the day before or 2 days before the news was coming out. Tell me if you remember this. That Maduro was coming out and saying, "I'll meet with Trump anywhere, anytime, and talk." Right? he's thinking that was a signal to Trump. I'll take the deal. The deal was, you get me out of here, and I'll spill the beans. I'll spill the beans on every one of your crooked-ass politicians. Supposedly, there's a list out of all these Hollywood.
Okay, and then supposedly members of Congress and whatnot that were kind of like getting a piece of the pie, a piece of the action.
Listen, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good theory. It's possible. There was two reasons why the Cubans were guarding him, were his bodyguards. One, he couldn't trust some of his own people. Number two, Cuba is the one that really had their paws in there. And who has Cuba in their palm of their hands? Russia and China. Cuba was kind of calling the shot. So if you're playing chess, Maduro was, let's say, a bishop, and Cuba is a rook. I like rooks better than bishops when you're playing chess.
Okay.
Step up. You follow me? In other words, Maduro was a pawn, right? And Cuba is a bishop. And Russia and China are the queen. So Cuba was calling the shots. They were going to turn him in. This guy was thinking they were going to turn him into a martyr. They wanted the United States to go in full bore. They wanted boots on the ground. And he talked about another situation. I can't remember exactly where it was, what it was. He gave the names, where it was the same type of thing. And this dude's bodyguards actually shot and killed. It might have been down in Cuba, shot and killed this dude to turn him into a martyr. And Maduro possibly thought that, dude, if the Americans put boots on the ground and they, quote, attack, unquote, they're going to kill him and turn him into a martyr.
Well, I mean, if the reports are true, we know 32 Cubans were killed and 20 some Venezuelan forces. So I mean, I'm assuming most of that probably occurred in the compound getting to Maduro himself, right? Everybody in the way being taken out.
Yes, make no mistake about it. This mission was still the real deal. If what this guy believes is true, that when Trump was telling him, take your money and run, he was trying to tell Trump, they ain't going to let me, man. I make a beeline to the airport, they're going to kill my ass. Come in here and get me. You come in here and you get me out of here.
Well, the quote was, come and get me, coward.
Steve, there's, you can look at things. He was saying that a couple weeks ago, I think it was, when that was coming out, a week or so, right before all this.
Mm-hmm.
But when he says that, is he really saying, come and get me, coward? Or is he saying, Trump, come and get me? Get me out of here. The only way to communicate with him. I don't know. It's a wild theory.
Yeah.
And if it's true and this dude turns state's evidence and
Well, that would be massive if that actually happened.
Crazy. Alex Jones made a point when he's interviewing this guy. He goes, you go back and watch all the video of him and his wife. They're smiling. And they were on the airport coming back. His wife was smiling, and they seemed awful happy. They didn't seem like they were too concerned or too depressed about being taken out of there and putting on American soil. I never really paid that much attention to it. I'd have to go back and look at some of these, So, we talked about this the other night, man. He's probably not going to spend life in prison. If this is true, and that was a rescue mission, and he's going to drop the dime on everybody, they might find him guilty. They're going to pad his pockets with millions of dollars and send him on off somewhere to live out the rest of his life. Interesting. I thought I'd throw it out there.
Things that make you go home.
Yes, sir. Things that make you go home. $70 billion, Steve, out of California. You know damn well that governor out there knows it, man. Steve, they all got to be part. Why do you think Tampon Tim dropped out? As soon as I heard that, I'm like, he's saving up all his campaign money for an attorney. He's going to need one. You can't tell me that the way this is all going down, that you don't know about this,
right?
Or turned his head, at least maybe shut his eyes to it. And if he's shutting his eyes to it, come on, Steve, how much is, how much am I going to get out of this for closing my eyes?
Well, and then the same question about Ilhan Omar, and her wealth. Where did all those millions of dollars suddenly come from?
They said Minneapolis, Minnesota. The state was up $20 billion in revenue like 5 years ago, and now they're $16 billion in debt. Where'd that money go, Steve?
Right.
A lot of people in government getting rich.
I don't know. I guess do we still have the offshore bank account things where money just goes, it just disappears. It's hidden. All right. Now, like I said, things that make you go, Yeah, there were additional developments. Venezuela. Some news coming down late this past evening, as a matter of fact. An announcement from the president. We'll give you more following our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The first cross-country storm of the year is expected to bring rain and severe weather threats to millions.
Developing out of the west and could impact most of the nation. Stormy conditions will break out in the southwest Thursday before moving into the Rockies and ushering in the possibility of snow across the upper Midwest. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Good news today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 484 points. The S&P 500 rose 42 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 151 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support. Not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you with us. Rolling to the late night, early morning hours. Into a Wednesday. Yeah, reality check. Now that the holidays are over, no more 3-day work weeks. It's back to the real deal here. And for some of us, it's actually like a Monday. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve-O. Yeah, it's Monday. What can you expect? Yeah. Oh, I heard Plowboy talking about last night about the whole Super Bowl. The Super Bowl has certain requirements to host it. It doesn't matter if it's domed or undomed. If you've ever noticed, Buffalo has never hosted a Super Bowl. I've heard the reason why, and I've slipped a few times and I can't remember, but they have a formula. It's like so many miles within an airport, so many hotel rooms, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it really got me puzzling as to, and like he said last night, as to why they're building this in Kansas. over where I think they said where the track is. There's nothing over there except for the casino. You're running short on hotels, so I guess everybody wants that newer, bigger, better stadium. But Arrowhead, if I remember reading a story right from earlier last year, is that they're supposed to hold one of the FIFA World Cup games, and they needed to put in $600 million, and the owner said, nope, we're not going to do that. That's on the taxpayers because it's owned by the taxpayers, and we're just leasing the stadium. But and I don't understand it. I don't get it either, too, Steve.
Interesting.
So, yeah, but the other thing too, and I heard Eagle talking about the NFL coaches. I do agree with him, but you don't know what was going on behind the scenes in the back office, and the how the owners want to have all the control and dictate who does what, and the struggles and the players. I mean, we don't know what all happened in the background for why Harbaugh left. Maybe Harbaugh just left because, hey, you know what? I'm like 80 years old, 75, whatever, and it's time to retire and it's time to get out of it. So maybe there's that aspect of it too, Steve. But I do agree with him though. The whole NIL is going that way. Like Deanbat told me earlier, she said, "Well, it's the no intelligence league."
Mm-hmm.
Well, because nobody graduates. It's all about the money. But now, I guess you heard the big, shocking news in the NASCAR world today.
Is it shocking? I guess. I mean, that's a little bit of the conspiracy thing going down. Like this has been coming for weeks, even going back to the trial, right?
Right. I think because remember, right after the trial, Richard Childress had his NDA trial. And I think this is probably one of the things as to why Steve Phelps stepped down. But also, too, it's a sign that they're moving in the right direction. If you get rid of O'Donnell, Sawyer, and France, you'll be in a lot better position. Because Steve Phelps was all about the commercialization, the money. He's pretty much the one that ruined NASCAR for everybody. He ruined it. Totally. And he was more worried about the money aspect of it than the fans. He pretty much gave a finger to the fans and said, y'all can kiss my... you know where I'm going to go with this. But one of my buddies last night heard me on the show and called me today, and we got to talking. He said, okay, well, if you were going to fix NASCAR, what would you do? I said, quite simple. Get rid of that stupid point system they got. Get rid of the chase for the playoffs. Get rid of the whole the green, white checkers. You know, if the race is 500 miles, it's 500 miles. Move your start time to where it's actually advertised. That means if it goes on TV at 3 p.m., that means that green flag is dropped at 3 p.m. But you have an hour pre-race and an hour post-race on NASCAR TV. NASCAR TV should come down. You know, they should put that up there because of all of the different streaming options they've got now. You know, you go to Amazon for 4 races, you go to TNT for 5 races, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And people don't want to pay all that. They really don't. But ultimately, at the end of the day, though, cut the season down. If you look at IndyCar starts right about the same time the Daytona 500 is, and it ends in like mid-September. Mid-September, what's everybody paying attention to? It ain't racing, it's football. You're competing with football. You're competing with the colleges on Saturday. You're competing with the pros on Sunday. You're competing with the regular high school football on Sunday. That's how you're going to fix NASCAR.
Sounds like a step in the right direction. Yeah, get back to the roots.
Right. That's what they're going to have to do.
How about some rivalries from week to week? See who's going to retaliate. How about letting them race, bump and bang?
And bring back the competitiveness. Remember, we go way back in the NASCAR days where everybody was trying to find that little edge, and they were creating the rules because of the gray areas that were being developed, and that's what they're going to have to go to eventually, because this is where the IHRA is going to curb stomp them in the ground. This is what's going to that's what they're going to have to do. There's going to be no option about it, because IHRA could put them out of business.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was going to ask you last night, what Dingbat wanted me to ask you, Steve. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, and follow me here when I say this. Now, Mary gave birth to Jesus Christ, right?
Yes, sir.
And if Jesus is the Lamb of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, wouldn't Mary had a little lamb? I mean,
there you go. All right, we missed out on that. Something about Mary. If Mary had a little lamb, there's the rest of the story, as they say. All right, from there we'll jump on down somewhere in the Sunshine State this early Wednesday. Philip.
Hey, buddy, how y'all doing today?
Hump Day.
Hump Day. What is it, Mike? Hump Day. Okay. You guys were talking about investigations earlier, Steve. I think that a lot of people need to look at the articles that have been put out in the last 6 months about all the Doge investigations down here in Florida with all the counties. And you'll see a lot of corruption that has been found in that. There's a lot of money that has disappeared in different areas that shouldn't have disappeared. And what's funny about it, Steve, and you know me, I don't have party affiliation. But I will say this. It's kind of funny to me that a lot of these problem counties are democratically run, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Okay.
And it's popping up. It's head down here too. It ain't just in Minnesota. It's all over the country. And I mean, California, man, if they had them kind of investigations out there, they clean house out there in California, I think. And it's been bad down here. I mean, these counties are scared because the state of Florida has got this. They've got a Doge investigation team that's going from county to county down here. They went to Palm Beach. They went to over here in Orange County. They've been all over the place, and they're trying to find out where money has went. And that small business thing you were talking about earlier, that's something that we see a lot down here when we have storms. When people have damage to their houses from a hurricane, the government has always pushed these small business loans through FEMA and different ways to get the money where people can fix their houses. And I don't know how many times probably people have been scamming the government out of this money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now one thing that Pappy was talking about, and I want Pappy to check this out because I know he's like me, he does a lot of data checking and all that stuff. Go back and look and see how much involvement Russia had with Hugo Chavez back in the day. Okay? And you know what? Your little conspiracy thing there, you were talking about that earlier, that he might have wanted to get out of there to save his life. It might be right, because Hugo Chavez had a lot of involvement with the Russian government. A lot of involvement. And all I'm going to tell folks is, if you want to do it, do the research and find out what Russia was involved with Venezuela, and it will literally blow your mind.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably have one show on that alone, Steve, about verbatim about what Russia's involvement is in Venezuela and all the stuff they've done. Where do you think a lot of those refineries got their money to set up down there originally? It came from Russia. Okay? I'm not so much about China, Russia. Just check it out. If anybody has the time, and just Google it. Now, Steve, I'm going to get on to some hotshot secret business here now.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you talk about the new product that they've got out?
Yes, I did. The Tick Fix. I think we touched on that in our second hour. Hot off the press.
Okay, so one of the people that Philip from Florida follows on YouTube is the Flying Sparks Garage. Okay, these folks are out of Texas. It's Emily Reeves and her husband, Aaron, and they work on vehicles. I pull up my Facebook this morning, and I follow Emily on Facebook, and she's talking about this new thing that Hot Shot Secret has out called Tick Fix that is fixing lifters and fixing valve trains on vehicles that have varnish on.
Yep.
And she went into about a 5-minute deal talking about it on her Facebook. And so I thought I would be Philip being Philip. I went on to the Hot Shot Secret website, and what did I find on there? Tick Fix.
Brand new.
Right now, brand new. You want to buy it? It's $19.99 on Hot Shot Secret's website. Now, what she said was, and you're going to have to help me with this, Steve, because I don't know all the particulars about it. You replace 1 quart of oil with this quart of Tick Fix, and it takes the ticks out of your valve train. Now, please, this is a disclaimer. Please do not use this product on your puppies or your dogs or your cats. It's not that kind of ticks.
It's a different kind of tick. Yes, it is.
That's a different kind of tick. Okay? We have to put that disclaimer in there because, you know what? There might be some fool from Florida that might make a video out of it, and we don't need that down here. We already got enough of that nonsense as it is. But I am going to do some more research on this product, and I guess that you guys have increased the FR3 content and made this product to where this is a game changer, Steve. Do you realize how many of these little Asian cars, like the ones I have, they have that problem? Their valve trains are very noisy on these little cars. Very noisy. Hyundai is synonymous for it. Honda is the same way. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Toyota was in the camp as well. And if you can remove that varnish off those lifters and all that parts in that hydraulic valve system, that's a big changer. What do you think, Steve?
100%. And I know my daughter, she's got a lot of little tick in her little 4-cylinder, and I'm going to get her a quart. Tell her it's about time for an oil change anyway.
Yeah, and we need to talk to some people like Royalty Auto Service out of Georgia, who does a lot of videos, as well as a gentleman that you might want to watch, Steve, and I really think you need to watch this because you like these vehicles. Mr. Subaru on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok. Mr. Subaru, I would like to see him experiment with this stuff because he promotes tools, he does everything, and if Hot Shot could get a hold of him and see if this really worked on them little cars, that'd be a big thing because Mr. Subaru is a pretty and big influencer in the mechanic side and the DIY side on working on vehicles. And I would be interested to see if he could get a hold of this product and see what he thinks about it. What do you think, buddy?
100%. The more, the merrier. Yes. Everybody should be talking about it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Are they going to try to throw this at Walmart or possibly O'Reilly's or Advanced?
Well, undoubtedly. I mean, it's kind of like you have your annual meetings with them, and they decide which products they're going to put on the shelves. Sometimes if it's not selling enough, they'll take it off the shelves. But absolutely, they'll be pitching it to everybody.
Yeah, if Hot Shot can get this to turn, I think it'll be a game changer with them. Because, it's not taken away from anything about their diesel program. I really like their diesel program. Their product works in the diesel line. I've heard Grump talk about it. I've heard a lot of different guys talk about it. Even back in the day with Moose, he talked about it. There's a lot of drivers out there that talked about, the what Hot Shot has done, with Stiction Eliminator and all these different products.
Mm-hmm.
And this getting into the market now with what you see, this is a big market. I mean, there's a lot of trucks out there. Don't get me wrong. A lot of diesels out there. There's a lot of neat things. But the automotive part of the deal is big. It's huge. Especially, Steve, you think about it. You think about all these people that's got that stop and go technology, and this kind of helps that out. The people that want to use that technology. Myself, I don't want to, but, maybe there is people that think they can save fuel with that technology. Maybe this will help out people with the situation with heat wave about the motor with the cylinders that take the cylinders off.
Yep.
Maybe this helps out with that too as well. There are people out there that want to use the technology and are stuck in a deal. Me, myself, and I'm just a guy driving a car out here, and I want to save some money on fuel. And if I can keep my car maintained and running more, like I tell you, I got a car with 386,000 miles on it that's documented. And maybe we can get people that have that kind of mentality where you're going to get as many miles as you can out of a car instead of just recycling the car every 2 years. So hopefully we can do that, Steve. And that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I won't be here tomorrow because tomorrow I'm taking a vacation day. I got some stuff I got to do. But actually got to work on the little Honda tomorrow. I got to put a door controller in it. And with that, buddy, you have a good weekend, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
All right, Philip, thank you very much. Yeah, can't wait to get the tick fix in the daughter's car. If you missed it earlier, it cleans those harmful deposits that restrict your lifter operation, thus restoring proper valve train function. At the same time, you got the FR3 nanotechnology, reduces engine wear up to 30%, quietly lubricates under extreme heat and pressure. Someone had already questioned, he said, well, how's this any different from like Stiction Eliminator and FR3? Tick Fix Plus includes the FR3 in the formula. That increases your wear protection. Compared to Stiction Eliminator, they say it's better at targeted cleaning towards the lifter issue. You can use it with Red Diamond. The engines that will benefit most from this product include LS, Hemis, vehicles with the stop-start function, and the hybrid gasoline engines.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Got a news update just around the corner here as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. I mentioned we had some new Venezuela information coming down the pike this past day. President Trump announcing that Venezuela is going to be turning over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to the United States. Proceeds will benefit both the Venezuelan people and Americans. It made the announcement to be a Truth Social, stating, quote, "I'm pleased to announce that the interim authorities," in other words, the newly sworn-in president in Venezuela, will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. The oil will be sold at market price. That money will be controlled by me as President of the United States to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as Venezuela's interim president on Monday, indicating that she would cooperate with Washington. I guess this is the first step. He went on to say, "I've asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States." Of course, before the arrest of Maduro, Venezuela's oil sector was kind of a shadow of its former self. Despite holding the world's largest proven oil reserves, they're estimated over 300 billion barrels of oil there. But decades of socialist mismanagement, expropriation of foreign assets, and U.S. sanction decimated the output there. They had fallen from over 3 million barrels per day in the early 2000s to roughly 1 million barrels per day by last year. So there's more to it. And so that's a first step, working with the interim, the newly sworn in president there. How significant that is, I am not sure, but we'll get a news break and back with more here this Wednesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. says it was not involved in the gunfire in Caracas.
It comes after deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores pleaded not guilty to federal drug and weapons offenses. Venezuelans who now live in America, many of whom still have family in Venezuela, say they're hoping for a transition in power and an economic revival.
We don't care the steps that has to be taken. We just need to be our country free.
President Trump has said he believes the U.S. oil industry could expand operations in Venezuela, also proposing to reimburse oil companies for rebuilding its infrastructure. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro says he would take up arms to defend Colombia if the United States were to attack, responding to President Trump's comments suggesting Colombia could be next after Venezuela's Maduro raid.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long.
Petro has rejected Trump's accusations, calling threats illegitimate, and emphasized Colombia's sovereignty and right to self-defend. Former Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino returned to civilian life as a conservative podcaster and immediately got into a profanity-filled online feud with former Congressman Matt Gaetz. The spat revolved around Bongino's 3 failed congressional campaigns and accusations of nepotism as well as shady parties. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are, or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Wyoming Supreme Court struck down 2 2023 abortion bans, ruling they violate the state's constitution's guarantee that adults control their own health care decisions. The 4-1 ruling lets abortions and abortion medication remain legal. Governor Mark Gordon called for a referendum to reverse that decision. Death penalty opponents are asking for Oklahoma State Pardon and Parole Board to grant clemency to Kendrick Simpson, who is scheduled for execution on February 12th for a 2006 double murder in Oklahoma City. His attorney says Simpson, age 45, is remorseful and has PTSD from chronic childhood trauma that the jury never heard about.
Kendrick acknowledges the unrelenting pain and grief that he has caused the loved ones of his victims. Not a day goes by without his thinking about them.
The clemency hearing is set for January 14th. The CDC has announced an overhaul of the childhood vaccine schedule.
The updated schedule is expected to resemble Denmark's, which recommends all children get vaccines for 11 diseases rather than 18. Senior Health and Human Services officials said the changes are meant to restore trust in public health, but public health experts and major medical organizations warn against the change. Parents who do want their kids to receive all of the vaccines previously recommended will still be able to do so, and insurance will cover the shots. I'm Monica Nilsson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And back at it here on a Wednesday, hump day, 7th day of January. Hope your year's off to a good start here. Now we'll get to other industry headlines. So we got a lot to cover as we get the new day underway. First, Plowboy's been hanging in there. Let me get to Plowboy.
Good morning, sir, Steve.
Morning.
Appreciate it. Start off with, I just going off of what I've been hearing in the local channels up here. That's the only reason why I said anything last night about the future Chiefs Stadium in the Super Bowl, because that's what, I guess the fake news up here was telling the wrong story. But thank you, that brain dead. Appreciate for the clarification in what happened. Because they kept saying, well, then we'll be able to get a Super Bowl, and that's all I've been hearing. But, now, you were talking about these autonomous cars, more and more of them coming online. And with the autonomous, services that they're going to be able to allow.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? Are we going to end up having to pay more to ride in one of them cars? I'm not talking about pay the owner of the Waymo or whatever thing you want to ride in, but is now our life insurance policy is going to have to go up a little bit more on the premium of your life insurance, because, well, Waymo's had all them things happen in their operations in San Fran and L.A., and what do? They've already had another one here in the last week where they drove into an active fire scene.
Yes.
So, Ted, perms, Steve. These bastards need to pull their head out of their ass and get on, find them a different program, because I'm sorry, somebody. No, it's not laughing.
So I think when it pulled into it was kind of like a few weeks ago they had the one where they pulled into an active police apprehension with guns drawn, and this time it was an active fire scene. Kind of got into the middle of the action, just sat there. And I don't know, several minutes, and then finally did a U-turn and went the other way or something.
Yeah. And see, some of that is almost reminding me of, I deal with some of these fertilizer applicators, and they'll get out here and somewhere, and you take a name a state, and they'll run out of GPS zone, and they'll literally sit there and play the recalculate. You've heard that story before, but they're trying to gain GPS monitoring. And they'll sit out there, they'll be able to throw all their, whatever they're doing, whether they're putting down fertilizer or spray, they'll be able to kick that bar off until the GPS picks them back up. And that's the way I'm looking at what's happening in these vehicles, because they're trying to decide what the hell to do. So, I mean, it's just almost scary. I wouldn't. If somebody's not going to be driving it, If they pop up in Louisville and say, "Hey, here's your taxi to Mid-America," I'll walk. But since I'm talking about California, have you seen what Eric Swalwell is trying to present in one of his stands when he hits the run for governor? I can't imagine it, but anything with them damn Democrats is... I'll go ahead and cut to the chase. He's wanting, if an ICE agent has a mask on, to make his driver's license worthless. I don't see how that would ever work, but that's one of the sayings, and I pulled it up on 2 or 3 different areas, and it looks like it's very true to be said. And I'm just, how in the hell could somebody say that when I don't want anybody to know who our police officers are, especially the ICE and Border Patrol. But, Steve, also, Eagle, need your attention for a minute. There is some little lady in Congress. He is trying to maintain, I guess, the illegals or the migrants or whatever the hell they are in the state of Texas. Because all of a sudden now that yahoo is, I want to say her last name is Cruz. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. But she's wanting to say that, I guess, some type of a visa that they can maintain to stay here so they can work construction operations. Steve, I've had 2 or 3 run-ins on one of the local stations in your area years gone by when it happened right in front of my eyes. We were delivering into a military installation. And Friday, every American was on line on the construction site. Monday morning, a whole new scheme of things. They were all born in different descents, working that same project. And I was told, well, it's big business, and hey, if you can't maintain your $30,000 pickup at that time, and you lose it because you didn't know how to pre-plan your operations, and you get fired, no. I'm sorry, I'm back to that same scheme of things. We need these, I don't give a damn, construction. Hell, they ought to be just like the trucks. I mean, it's legal. We don't need nobody here on visas now, Steve. Now, do we? Do we already have plenty of people without a job? And last time I checked, does not construction jobs pay pretty good?
Well, if you can find a construction worker just like a truck driver that'll do it for a whole lot less, why do we have the visa truck drivers?
Well, exactly.
Because they're going to do it for less. I hear you, Plowboy. Clear house, right? Speaking of illegal truck drivers, this actually made Newsmax this past day. Rather than just some of the trucking industry headlines, we had talked about the cocaine bust in Indiana on January the 4th. The pair of illegal aliens from India, both given commercial driver's licenses by the sanctuary state of California, accused of smuggling more than 300 pounds of cocaine across the state of Indiana in their semi. Again, it was January 4th, a couple days ago. Immigration and Customs Enforcement lodged detainers against 25-year-old illegal alien Gurpreet Singh and 30-year-old illegal alien Jasveer Singh, both from India, both arrested in Putnam County, Indiana, charges of narcotics trafficking. According to local police, Singh had more than 300 pounds of cocaine concealed in the sleeper berth of their semi-truck that they were allowed to operate after the state of California issued them both CDLs. For perspective, they say that's enough cocaine to kill more than 113,000 Americans. Thanks to Gavin Newsom's reckless policies, these two criminal illegal aliens were granted CDLs by the state of California, arrested for trafficking a whopping 300 pounds of cocaine in a semi-truck. Department of Homeland Security's Tricia McLaughlin. Gavin Newsom and his fellow sanctuary politicians even refused to honor an arrest detainer on one of these criminal illegal aliens in December. Just last month, sanctuary policies put American lives at risk. ICE law enforcement had lodged arrest detainers to ensure these drug traffickers are not allowed back into American communities. But they revealed Gurpreet Singh, he first illegally crossed the southern border in Lukeville, Arizona, back in March of 23. Like all the millions of others, he was released into the interior U.S. due to President Biden's catch and release policy. Yasveer Singh first initially crossed the southern border in March of 2017 near Otay Mesa, California, went on to be arrested last month, December of 25, for allegedly receiving stolen property in San Bernardino, California. ICE had lodged a detainer against Yasveer Singh at the time of that arrest a matter of weeks ago. Local police refused to turn him over to federal agents thanks to California's sanctuary policy. So the crime committed in California, illegally in the country, they don't give a damn. They just released him. What's he doing? Trafficking 300 pounds of cocaine across the country. All right. Meanwhile, kind of on a similar note, the U.S. Postal Service is going to work with their contractors to restrict the use of non-domiciled commercial driver's license operators in their network, citing the federal policy that labels those drivers as potentially unsafe. Non-domiciled refers to the special designation on the CDL for certain foreign drivers. And the current administration has sought to increase the documentation you need to obtain those credentials. Regulators have suggested states issuing these licenses could have incomplete driving records from individuals from other countries, obviously. According to the statement from the Postal Service Board of Governors, in order to maintain the highest possible safety standards, we have decided to phase out any use of non-domiciled commercial driver's license operators who have not been thoroughly vetted by the Postal Inspection Service. Some of the highlights. We'll give you more on the story coming up. Plenty of room for you, though, at 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Rest of the story on the Postal Service contractors. The Postal Service said that they previously improved how they track contractors and the crash records. But an Office of Inspector General report cited numerous deficiencies that the Postal Service has tried to dispute. An OIG report last year suggested as of March 31, 2025, the Postal Service was disputing most of its recommendations from a 2024 truck contracting audit. That original audit noted the U.S. Postal Service approximately 4,600 trucking contracts. Now, the Postal Service previously said they properly screen their contracted drivers. Some of the audit findings under dispute, based on the fall of 2025 report, were the oversight of drivers under special circumstances and a recommendation for more oversight on verifying driving history records. Back in September of 2023, the Postal Service, they say, expanded functionality regarding safety by creating a new HCR safety team, they said. With contractors, fatal crashes also must be reported to multiple departments within 24 hours. The Postal Service also said fatal and crash tracking improvements began in October of 2023. But the USPS official also said that it primarily relies on screening criminal backgrounds and relies on suppliers and subcontractors to vet the driving records and the safety of drivers. According to the OIG, the Postal Service Management Directive has requirements relating to a review of the driver's driving record, which is not being followed. The FMCSA raised the non-domiciled issue when they announced that interim rule back in late September to increase their documentation standards. Several legal challenges followed, and the U.S. Appeals Court temporarily stopped the regulation while a case unfolds. At the same time, the FMCSA is working to create that final rule to officially carry out the policy. Postal Service spokesperson that was reached declined to say how they're going to review the initiative or when this phase-out is going to be completed, and whether non-domiciled drivers' safety records were evaluated as part of the policy change. When this policy first went into effect, the USPS initially had told, I guess at the loading docks and whatnot, if there's a non-domiciled driver that comes in to pick up, don't load them. Not realizing just how many of those non-domiciled CDL holders were hauling the mail. It didn't take but a few days for them to realize all these trucks aren't getting loaded because they're not. So they kind of postponed, the non-domiciled drivers. I guess it's the next step in the process, trying to get them out of the U.S. Postal Service fleet. But that's going to take some time. Hey, how about the announcement? Right on the heels of the announcement, Hot Shot Secret will be back as the title sponsor for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, not just for 2026, but for the next 3 years, locked in through 2028. Word comes down, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, the NHRDA, excited to announce Hot Shot Secrets is back, locked in for 3 years as the NHRDA title sponsor. And their post says, we'd also like to welcome PPE as the presenting sponsor of the 2026 National Hot Rod Diesel Association season. What an awesome season we're going to have. Are you ready for the future of diesel motorsports? All right, so locked in with not only the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, but the NHRDA, and undoubtedly locking in with the likes of the NTPA and what's the other pooling series? Yeah, the truck and tractor pools. Plowboy brought up the latest incident with one of these self-driving taxis there. This was the Waymo robotaxi, actually in Hollywood, California. I guess this was sometime about a week ago. The autonomous vehicle apparently took a wrong turn on Melrose Avenue and entered an area that had been blocked off by the Los Angeles Fire Department. There appeared to be at least one passenger in the back seat of the vehicle. Witnesses tell KABC the car stayed in that restricted area for about 10 minutes before making a U-turn and driving away. This is just one of a growing list of oddities occurring with the autonomous vehicles. September, there was the Waymo taxi pulled over after making an illegal U-turn in front of police officers that were operating a DUI checkpoint. The San Bruno Police Department said in a social media post they had to contact the company to inform them of the, quote, glitch. Since there was no human driver, they couldn't issue a ticket. Hopefully the reprogramming will keep it from making any more illegal moves. Now, the Facebook post went on. For those who believe we're being lenient for not issuing a citation, there is legislation in the works that will allow officers to issue the company's notices. And I believe that legislation just recently passed between September and last month sometime. CBS News reported a September 29th incident, a Waymo vehicle in Atlanta that reportedly zoomed past a school bus that was stopped with the flashing lights on. If a human driver got caught doing that, they would have received a $1,000 ticket. Of course, in a story that made national headlines, coverage by the New York Times, a beloved San Francisco cat named Kit Kat was killed October 27 by a Waymo taxi, causing an outpouring of emotions and caused for increased regulations. All right, so it's a work in progress, as they say. But who's going to be responsible? This is all about the artificial intelligence. Who's responsible when something goes wrong? News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The first cross-country storm of the year is expected to bring rain and severe weather threats to millions.
Developing out of the west and could could impact most of the nation. Stormy conditions will break out in the southwest Thursday before moving into the Rockies and ushering in the possibility of snow across the upper Midwest. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Good news today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 484 points. The S&P 500 rose 42 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 151 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Who said that? Somebody said, why can't we get one of these Artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles to screw up when Keith Ellison's crossing the street. Hey, watch it. Yeah, but we were talking the accountability thing. Talking about some of the negativities of artificial intelligence on yesterday morning's program, and that was on the list. One of the more uncertain and evolving risks of artificial intelligence is the lack of accountability. Who's responsible when an AI system goes wrong? Who's liable in the aftermath of an AI tool's damaging decisions? Those are questions that are front and center in cases, say, of fatal crashes, hazardous collisions involving the self-driving cars, and then you've got wrongful arrests based on facial recognition systems. Yeah, these are all being worked out by the policymakers and the regulatory agencies. But yeah, who's responsible? I can't remember if we touched on misinformation and manipulation. Yeah, we definitely talked about cyber attacks. But at the same time, malicious actors can exploit this artificial intelligence technology to spread misinformation, disinformation, influencing and manipulating people's decisions and actions. We had an example of artificial intelligence-generated robocalls that were apparently imitating President Joe Biden's voice at the time, being made to discourage voters from going to the polls. Hey, this is Joe Biden. Don't vote on election. I don't know what the messages were saying, but that's something along that line. And it was all artificial intelligence. Obviously, it wasn't Sleepy Joe. In addition to election-related disinformation, artificial intelligence can generate deep fakes, images, or videos altered to misrepresent someone saying something or doing something they never did. And these things spread like wildfire on social media, amplifying disinformation. I mean, there's concerns about if someone creates a deep fake of, like, say, the president actually sitting behind the desk to address the American people, totally fictitious in what he's saying. It could really be confusing. You could spark pandemonium. Meanwhile, switching gears, we see that, I guess, the Republican majority in the House of Representatives has been very thin, but it's getting thinner with each passing day. First of all, you had Marjorie Taylor Greene stepping down. Looks like yesterday they did set a special election date to fill that seat there in the state of Georgia. Looks like they've set March the 10th as a date for a special election there. In Georgia, about 24 people have filed to run in that district that covers most of northwest Georgia, a very heavily Republican portion of the state of Georgia. So between now and March, she's not there. She's not casting votes in the House. Whoever wins that will finish out the remainder of her term, which only lasts till November, and then they'll have to run again for the midterm election come November. So that was one less seat. Then word this past day coming down that we lost not one but two Republican votes. First was the passing of one of these Congress members. Suddenly, at the age of 65, Representative Doug LaMalfa of California passed away suddenly at the age of, apparently, I think they said he had some sort of an aneurysm, was in surgery, heart attack during the surgery, passed away at the age of 65. Yeah, as soon as that announcement came down, word comes down of Representative Jim Baird of Indiana being hospitalized after he and his wife were involved in a car accident. President Trump actually mentioned that accident during remarks yesterday morning, delivered to Republican members of Congress at the newly renamed Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Memorial Center, stating, "I want to send our best wishes to Congressman Jim Baird and his wife who are recovering from an auto accident." He said they're going to be okay, but they were in a pretty bad accident. Praying that they get out of the hospital very quickly. He's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. But obviously, for the time being, while hospitalized and whatever the recovery time is going to be, there's another representative, Jim Baird, who will not be casting votes in D.C. 844-844-3388. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Wanted to chime in, I think, a little more on what's going on in the world of NASCAR. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Steve, I wanted to talk a couple of more things about NASCAR right quick. I want to say, we coming up on another season. Before you know it, they be in Daytona, February the first race of the year, Busch Clash or whatever they call it now. They're gonna be running that. So we less than 30 days from that season starting. But I want to talk about before I say something about California and Gavin Newsom. I want this NASCAR deal. I want to say first of all, Steve, we've had some bad news. NASCAR's had some bad news over the last couple of weeks at the end of the year. With Greg Biffle, a very good race car driver, won a lot of races, and, went down right before Christmas. His whole family got took out, wife, kids, the whole deal, in an airplane crash. Yeah, that's a real sad situation right before Christmas. He got killed. And then, like I said, Denny Hamlin, a lot of people don't like Denny Hamlin, Steve. I was pulling for him. Even though I'm not a Toyota guy, I'm a Chevrolet guy, but I was hoping Denny could get it because he's paid his dues. He's been in NASCAR a long time, and he's come up short a lot of times, and he came up short again. But even worse, Steve, is that he lost his father. Right before or after Christmas. Denny Hamlin's father got killed in a tragic house fire. So this guy here has had a very bad end of the year. Losing the championship and then losing his father. He was real close to him. He's the one that got him involved in car racing. So, I hope Denny Hamlin, I know he was having second thoughts about racing again, after the championship. Hopefully, he'll do it for his father. He'll come back and dedicate this 2026 season to his father and try to win a championship in dedication for his father. That's a sad situation to lose your father like that. At the end of the year, his mother almost lost her life too. So I hate to hear that, for the NASCAR people, some very good racers have had some tragic stuff go on in their life. And one other quick racing note before I get to California, because it shocked me. I'm still in shock with John Force, but I think she'll be back. John Force's daughter, Brittany, she decided she's going to have a baby this year, and then she's retiring, but I believe that she'll come back probably next year, the year after she has the baby. But she's not going to be racing with John Force this year in the Top Fuel. And they also replaced another guy. I couldn't believe that, the guy who won the Funny Car Championship, Proc. They still ain't said why he left. I don't know if he had a problem with him and Force had a disagreement, but he's no longer with John Force Racing. I couldn't believe that, Proc. Champion, you win a championship and then you move on. Putting up his own racing team, from what I'm understanding. So, I wish him the best of luck. And, John Force, I wish he could, race again, but it looked like his career is over, after that devastating accident he had the year before that. So, but he's still involved in racing. And, okay, now, Steve, you was talking earlier, about these bootleg truck drivers. I told you over the last few months, and, I'm glad to hear Monkey Gouger call in. Because he's a truck driving legend, and he's got a lot of deals, got a lot of rules and regulations help for truck drivers. And, I've noticed over the last few months, Steve, with the Amazon, the FedEx, and what's his other, Super Eagle people, that they've gotten these people off the road. The roads seem to be a little bit safer. We don't have as reckless as drivers as we had on the road. These states such as Arkansas, Tennessee, cracking Texas, they cracking down on these drivers and they getting these bootleg drivers off the road because that's what they are, is bootleg, because they're not qualified to be driving a truck because they were given a CDL, not earned it. And that goes back to California and another loser. That's right. It seems like we talk about Democrats. It seems like that word, it seems like Democrat and loser go together, Steve. You know that? Seems like every time we talk about a Democrat, it's a loser situation. So we go from Tim Walz up in Minnesota, now we go to California with Gavin Newsom, a guy who doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, I wish there was some way that Donald Trump could stop California from issuing commercial licenses, since he seems to not care who he puts behind the wheel of a truck, Steve. Gavin Newsom is putting people behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound vehicle that are not qualified. They don't speak the language. They're not even legally in the United States of America, and yet he calls himself a governor. But then again, he's the governor of California. Enough said. So, like I said before, Steve, it's time for Gavin Newsom. Like I said, why those people vote for him, continue to vote for him, it amazes me. And if Gavin Newsom gets in the White House, Steve, that's the end of America as we know it. This guy here has single-handedly ruined the state of California, and he'll do the same thing if he gets into the White House. And it's just a shame that, you would think, how could he even sleep with himself at night, Steve, knowing that he's allowing bootleg truck drivers to operate these trucks around America and taking American lives, such as that guy who killed the people out in L.A. a couple of months ago, where he ran into that car full speed and killed a whole group of people, and the guy shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. So, Gavin Newsom, shame on you, my friend. How you can sleep at night knowing that you're putting these type of people to operate commercial vehicles. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, and the people of California ought to be ashamed of themselves for voting a loser like that and today to be the governor of the state. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, that was actually also, I think Newsmax was covering that particular story where Governor Gavin Newsom drawing sharp criticism after his administration has indeed extended thousands of commercial truck drivers' licenses for foreign nationals that were flagged in the federal audit, defying the Trump administration's demand that those permits be revoked. They were supposed to have been revoked Monday of this week. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warned last week California does not have an extension, and the deadline to revoke what he called illegally issued, unvetted foreign trucker licenses was in place for Monday. Of course, now we wait and see. Will California indeed lose nearly $160 million in federal transportation funding for not complying? The California Department of Motor Vehicles announced that they were delaying cancellations until March the 6th of this year, saying they needed more time to avoid wrongly canceling drivers who may still legally qualify. This is the scenario of some 17,299 non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses that California has issued to non-citizens. State officials later said they contained discrepancies tied to immigration and work authorization documentation. The federal audit found California allowed commercial licenses to remain valid well beyond the expiration of the lawful presence or without adequate verification. And the DOT is warning that this creates a serious public safety concern. Now, we've shared how many lives have been lost to illegals driving truck in this country just in the last 6 months. You can't help but wonder, with the arrest of the two illegal aliens with California CDLs arrested 3 days ago in Indiana with 300 pounds of cocaine in their sleeper. How many lives may have been lost due to drug overdoses? This kind of stuff's got to stop. But here you've got California, their sanctuary policies continuing to kill law-abiding citizens in this country. It's pretty sad, but all right, we'll return in 2.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Hey, want to talk about food? Anybody hungry? You know, just talking about food this time of day, yeah. Cracker Barrel in the news, as is McDonald's. But we'll start with Cracker Barrel. Announcing this past day, they're putting the old back into the old country store with the return of 2 classic menu items. Revealing this past day that the hamburger steak will be back, plus what they call their eggs in the basket. A couple of comfort food staples that had been removed from the menu will be returned by popular demand. Cracker Barrel's vice president of menu and strategy this past day says, wintertime calls for comfort and connection, and nothing delivers that better than the classics. He said bringing back hamburger steak and eggs in the basket was an easy choice. They're timeless favorites with deep roots on the menu. They're also among the most requested dishes from the guests. Why was it removed from the menu to begin with, would be my question. Hamburger steak appeared on the Cracker Barrel menu when the restaurant first opened in 1969. That was indeed one of my go-tos. Yeah, the hamburger steak, and I actually like their fish and chips. Cracker Barrel, no less. Eggs in the basket, I've never tried that. Not a big breakfast guy, but the nostalgic breakfast favorite returning, featuring 2 slices of golden grilled sourdough bread with an egg nestled in the center. Served with bacon or sausage and 1 classic side. They see both dishes will now be featured as part of the Cracker Barrel's Meals for 2 value meal, available all day, Monday through Friday, for $19.99. So 2 meals for $19.99. And in this day and age, when you'll pay more than $10 a piece to get a Happy Meal, that's not a bad deal. McDonald's not in the news about a Happy Meal. They're in the news about the McRib. What is a McRib anyway? There is a class action lawsuit accusing the fast food giant of deceiving customers about what meat is actually in a, quote, McRib sandwich. Filed by plaintiffs in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, alleging that the McRib does not contain any actual pork rib meat at all. None. Now, McDonald's initially said these claims are meritless. In the suit, the plaintiffs argued, despite the name and the distinctive shape, the meat patty has been deliberately crafted to resemble a rack of pork ribs. The meat patties are instead made up of ground-up portions of lower-grade pork products like entralia, pork shoulder, heart, tripe, scalded stomach. You know, the good stuff. The sandwich, which returned to the menus at certain McDonald's back in November, described by the company as seasoned boneless pork dipped in a tangy barbecue sauce, topped with slivered onions and tangy pickles, all served on a toasted home-style bun. Of course, there's a cult following for the McRib over the years. Debuted in 1981 and kind of comes and goes, removed from the regular menu in the early 2000s, and now, of course, comes back every so often for a limited amount of time. Anyway, the lawsuit argues that the use of the name McRib amounts to a deliberate sleight of hand, and that because of its marketing, customers expect pork rib meat, which is prized by consumers for the high fat content and the rich flavor. By including the word rib in the name of the sandwich, McDonald's knowingly markets this in a way that deceives reasonable consumers who reasonably but mistakenly believe a product named McRib will include at least some meaningful quality of actual pork rib meat. Yeah, it's all the ground up. What is it? Just go look at what's in a hot dog. You know, we've all seen it. Yeah, the pink slime, and yeah, you're grinding up. It's snouts and ears and butts, as my stepdad used to say. It's 844-844-3388. So now, are you hungry? Would you like a McRib, or how about the hamburger steak? Now my stomach's growling. And we got a news break in our final hour coming up. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
On a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, says she plans to return to Venezuela as soon as possible now that President Nicolas Maduro has been ousted in a controversial U.S. military operation and facing U.S. charges.
January 3rd will go down in history as the day justice defeated a tyranny.
Machado told Fox News she wants to help dismantle Maduro's criminal structures and push for free elections. Neither Republicans nor Democrats appear to have an appetite for another shutdown.
The next government funding deadline, January 31st. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer telling ABC News Republicans and Democrats are both working on spending bills that do not include a health care component. Meanwhile, the House is expected to vote this week on a bill allowing a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. House Republicans already passed a health care bill that did not include an ACA extension, and both measures are expected to be worked on in the Senate. I'm Jim Roop.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio told lawmakers President Trump is pursuing a plan to acquire Greenland through purchase, not force, amid Arctic security concerns. European allies, including Denmark, rejected any U.S. control, emphasizing sovereignty and NATO cooperation. The White House said military options remain on the table. Colombian President Gustavo Petro says he's willing to take up arms if attacked by the U.S.
His words Monday came after threats from President Trump that Colombia might be next after using force to depose Nicolas Maduro, the president of neighboring Venezuela. Trump has painted that action as part of his war on drug trafficking. I'm Michael Kastner.
Another record-setting day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 484 points. The S&P 500 rose 42 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 151 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett posted a profanity-filled video lashing out at the Supreme Court after redistricting moved her out of her district.
And you to the Supreme Court for what they did.
Critics say the response was unprofessional for an elected official, highlighting tensions over redistricting and decorum in politics. Police in Lawrence, Kansas say a man who forced his way into City Hall was fatally shot.
The intruder had entered the building, gone up a stairway, broken out a glass window in the 4th floor stairwell door.
Police Chief Rich Lockhart says a city employee shot the 28-year-old man who was from out of state. Behind the door were the offices of the city manager, city attorney, and budget manager. It's unclear if the intruder had a weapon. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
William DeFore, who recently went by the name Julia, was arrested for smashing windows at Vice President J.D. Vance's Cincinnati home. The Vance family was not at home, and the suspect comes from a wealthy family with Democratic ties. The Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind may wind up on the National Register of Historic Places.
The school opened in 1874. It encompasses 6 blocks next to downtown Colorado Springs. Its original buildings are English-inspired architecture, along with more modest buildings that have been added to the campus through the decades. The National Register possibility for the School for the Deaf and Blind is being considered by the Colorado Historic Preservation Review Board. I'm David Kale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
That's my cue. Get the final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Brain dead. I'm pulling up your story here so I can share it with the audience. Now, he just sent this my way out of Mississippi. We're talking about fraud and deception. Millions of dollars being stolen from the American people. This was a story out of Hernando, Mississippi, where DeSoto County District Attorney Matthew Barton announcing the indictment of a Taiwanese national, Chai Lei, on 4 felony counts, including conspiracy to commit fraud, false pretense, money laundering, and wire fraud, stemming from an international scheme that reached into the millions of dollars, primarily targeting elderly victims and draining their bank accounts. Lei was apprehended upon arrival at a U.S. airport as part of a joint operation with federal authorities. Initial efforts to secure his custody were delayed by California's sanctuary state policies, which prioritize political ideology over public safety. Local agencies in California initially refused to cooperate with U.S. Customs and Border Protection in honoring a valid Mississippi warrant, a decision that risked allowing this criminal to escape accountability and return overseas. That delay mattered. Had Lei been released or denied entry, his criminal network could have continued preying on vulnerable victims in Mississippi and around the country. Thanks to persistent coordination between Homeland Security and DeSoto County District Attorney's Office, Lei was ultimately transferred to Los Angeles International Airport, where the LAX Police Department honored the Mississippi indictment, taken into custody, transferred for prosecution in DeSoto County. Let me be clear. Our office will not tolerate anyone who exploits our citizens, according to the DeSoto, I guess this is the district attorney there. This case was investigated by Hernando Police and the DeSoto County District Attorney's Office, underscoring the necessity of strong cooperation between state and federal law enforcement. All right, so they don't really go into the heart of the scheme, how he was convincing people, primarily elderly victims, probably somehow or another to get their bank account information and draining their account. All right, a couple of other industry headlines, though, as we get our final hour underway. The trucking industry has known since late 2023 that a major shakeup was coming for the broker financial responsibility, but the exact mechanics of how the FMCSA would handle non-compliant trust providers has been a mystery. Well, new guidance has given some answers, including establishing a strict 30-day compliance clock for brokers caught using ineligible trustees, starting 9 days from there, January 16. The FMCSA will begin verifying all BMC 85 trust providers meet updated federal requirements if the agency determines a provider is no longer eligible to hold those funds, if they lack federal deposit insurance, corporation insurance, or proper state charters, for example. Every broker relying on that provider will be notified. Once that notification is sent, they say, the stakes are high. Brokers have exactly 30 days to secure a replacement filing from a qualified surety or trust provider. Any replacement filing must be submitted electronically via the FMCSA registration system to automatically replace the old non-compliant bond. If a complaint filing is not in the system by the end of the 30-day window, the broker's operating authority will be suspended immediately. For the first time, the FMCSA has listed the documents they may demand from providers to verify their status. This includes trust agreements, proof of segregated funds, and regulatory evidence like FDIC or National Credit Union Administration certifications. Brokers are urged to contact their current providers well in advance to verify they will be compliant and authorized to file and maintain trust agreements with the FMCSA. Now, this was from some of their frequently asked questions. While the FMCSA asserts that the FAQ it does not act as an intermediary in individual bond claim disputes, but the new guidance highlights an updated resource for the industry. The National Consumer Complaint Database has been expanded to allow carriers and shippers to submit formal complaints against property brokers for fraudulent activity or regulatory violations. So a big shakeup underway for the truck broker financial responsibility starting in a matter of days here. All right, we'll get back to the calls, and Vic joins us. Morning, Vic.
Good morning, Steve. I'm not trying to do too much stuff. I'm just sitting there. I was listening to you talking about the McRib and country kitchen there. Is Everett the trucking company? Are they still in business? I went by their terminal the other day and it was all shut down. So I didn't know if they were still around or not, because they used to be the main carrier for country kitchen there out of Lebanon, Tennessee.
Yeah.
So so I didn't know if they were still around, been bought out, or whatever is going on.
To my knowledge, they're still around. Maybe it was maybe they shuttered a terminal or something. Consolidation.
Right.
Yeah.
But and that deal they were talking about, somebody filing a lawsuit on McDonald's on their McRib. I was thinking, didn't Letitia James go after the New York State Attorney General? Didn't she go after some food company about something even before she went after Trump? I don't know. I really didn't look that up. But when you were talking about all that different stuff that went into the McRib, that used to be called the sweet meats. It's internal organs, but it's internal organs that their muscular's a little bit different. And I don't know what would be. I always liked that sandwich because it was quick and easy to eat. And so it just amazes me the things that people can come up to file suit about. I don't even know why the courts allow them.
I mean, you know, and I know when a McRib is not. It's not actual, ribs per se. It's more like like I said, what's in a hot dog?
Well, it does have standards, but yeah, it's well. I'll tell you one thing that's in it that might surprise people is glue. And when you mill wheat, you have something called tailings, and that's what they make edible glue out of. And all those meat packers used to buy the tailings, and that's what causes a hot dog to stick together. And for years, they would have the intestinal linings was what wrapped the hot dog, and that caused a lot of problems. And somebody developed some type of a edible plastic or something. The casing on a hot dog now is actually plastic. So, it's not something a lot of people really want to see made. My daughter took a field trip when she was in college to a packing plant, and I don't think she's ate bologna or a hot dog since. So,
yep.
But what I really called about, you were talking about artificial intelligence. Did you see about a month ago where some of those artificial intelligence, I don't know what they were, computers or whatever. Anyway, they got together and they wrote their own program language, and the programmers couldn't figure out what language they were speaking or transferring or whatever you say whenever these computers communicate with one another. So that's a little bit scary on that of it, on that end of it. So you're talking about one of those machines going berserk and run over Keith Ellison or something or whatever of that nature. So as bad as that seems, I guess that could actually happen on some of this stuff if they don't figure out how to make sure they don't know how to communicate them amongst themselves. So, but the other thing was Trump, had that successful thing with Maduro there in Venezuela, and everybody was talking about Noriega and Panama. I believe that was called Operation Just Cause, and they had several paratroopers and one thing and another, but the SEALs that got killed down, the Navy SEALs, I think there was 4 of them got killed. It's in, I looked it up today, and it's in the Navy SEAL Museum there, the whole episode that they had there. There was 4 of them that were killed, and somehow, some way, they were supposed to make sure that Noriega couldn't escape in one of these jets, and when they went to go to the hangar, something went wrong. Anyway, and then the 4 of them got killed. So it wasn't exactly a flawless thing, but they did get Noriega and I guess bring him back. I'm not exactly sure where he wound up, but now they're talking about Colombia, and that Colombia, there were 2 cartels there. One was the Cali cartel that the CIA worked with a lot, and the other was the Medellin cartel, and that's the one everybody talks about, because that was a vicious bunch, and they were going through Miami, and then somebody decided it would be a better route to go through Mexico. And actually, we tried to help Mexico combat them and gave a lot of the Sinaloa cartel, especially training, special forces training in different places around the United States. And then later on, the Mexican Marines, they would try to intercept the people coming across, just regular immigrants, and many of those were mules for the cartels. They would try to intercept them on the mountain range coming through Mexico right before they got to the Sonoran Desert.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a lot of, you've done stories on that before, of all the people that would die trying to make it across the Sonoran Desert. So when they're talking about going into Colombia and trying to get those cartels and everything at one time, the only place they could get chemicals to flush the actual cocaine resident out of the coca leaves was from the United States. And that was when I suggested that they put a marker on that. And New York bankers said, well, they'll never pay the debt if we cut off the cocaine trade. And I looked at him and I said, are you serious? Yeah. I said, I don't believe this. And that was the end of my even trying to do anything with them. So whenever Trump's talking about breaking the Colombia cocaine trade, that would be good, but it's going to be an awful big job. And you were talking about the Chinese and other people have also been contributing to a whole lot of that. So that was basically the main thing I wanted to talk about. And as far as I don't understand people in this country. I don't understand how they could hate one individual that much, that they would want to expose the country to all the extra risk and everything else. And Russia has said for years that they would take over the United States without firing a shot, and it was through the soft underbelly. And they were talking about doing exactly what they're doing right now. So it just amazes me that these people could hate one individual or hope he's not successful or anything else. I don't agree with some of the things he did. 100 years ago, tariffs were used wrongly, and it led to a lot of bad things. And that's why they had the general agreement on trades and tariffs. And they worked pretty good for a long time, and then they come along and got the decision that actually there was a union breaking effort that was going on. They started exporting jobs, and they said, well, we need to go to this country and we'll fight communism. That was back in the Cold War dollar diplomacy, and we just about eviscerated ourselves. So, and instead of keeping our base back over there. So, I'm glad to see him turned around. I don't agree on everything that he has done, but it's been good. And you just, in the whole, and as far as fraud in this government, the bigger the government gets, the bigger the fraud gets, and the more opportunities. And even out in private life, just you were mentioning about how that one individual was taking advantage of elderly people. They have ways of trying to get confidence to people. Elder people are usually lonely, and they try to establish some type of a bond with them. And then one day the person wakes up and realizes they have no more money left.
And a common thing is to tell them they won something. Yeah, you're the winner. Like a Publishers Clearinghouse. You're a winner. All right. All we need is your checking account number, and we'll deposit your $100,000 in cash tomorrow. Only to wake up and find whatever was in the account, it's gone.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, just came across the schedule as things are coming together right on the heels of Hot Shot Secret signing a 3-year deal as the primary sponsor of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Yeah, they're breaking out the schedule. You can mark your calendars. All right, for 2026, starting things off April the 24th and 25th, Rockingham, North Carolina for Rudy's Spring Truck Jam. Rockingham Raceway there in North Carolina. All right, that kicks things off. Let's see, June 5th and 6th, it's on to Indianapolis, Indiana, for the UCC ODR, as they call it. That's the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. I'm trying to remember, what's the ODR stand for? Let me see. Let's move on to July 17 and 18, Bowling Green, Kentucky, the Bluegrass Truck Jam. Next on the slate for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, August 28th, 29th, the Shy Diesel Extravaganza, Terre Haute, Indiana. I think that's one of Kyle's favorites there every year, the Shy Diesel Extravaganza. Yeah, they'll be coming really close to the secret bunker come September 18th and 19th. Edgewater Sports Park, Cleves, Ohio. That is, I'm thinking, probably about a 30-minute drive from the secret bunker here. I'll have to mark my calendar to see, especially if Kyle and the crews are going to be there. Yeah, right on the outskirts of Cincinnati, Edgewater. Matter of fact, my first ever memory of drag racing. My recently departed Uncle Fred had taken me and my other uncle to Edgewater Sports Park. First ever experience with drag racing. Man, I thought that was so cool. Had to put your finger in your ears for the big dragsters. Looks like they'll close out the season with the FTP season finale, October 16th and 17th in Crossville, Tennessee. So that's the slate for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series here in 2026. Additional developments will bring you more out of Venezuela. There were U.S. forces injured Now, no word on the severity of the incident. Amazingly, no fatalities of U.S. forces. Of course, there were some 50-plus fatalities between Cuban and Venezuelan forces. We'll give you the latest on that and more to come at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. oil industry could get things going in Venezuela within 18 months.
Trump told NBC News on Monday he thinks it could take even less than the year-and-a-half timeline, but that a tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, adding that the companies will spend it and be reimbursed by the U.S. or through revenue. He did not give a specific dollar amount, but said that the companies would do well, along with Venezuela. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The first cross-country storm of the year is expected to bring rain and severe weather threats to millions.
Developing out of the west and could impact most of the nation. Stormy conditions will break out in the southwest Thursday before moving into the Rockies and ushering in the possibility of snow across the upper Midwest. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Good news today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 484 points. The S&P 500 rose 42 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 151 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, as we round third, headed toward home. As our friend Rick in Columbus likes to remind us, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Word this past day, injured U.S. service members from the military operation that captured Maduro were flown into San Antonio for medical treatment, apparently over the weekend. This undoubtedly highlights the risk faced by American forces during foreign interventions and the evolving U.S. role in Venezuela's instability. They say a medical evacuation flight carrying U.S. service members wounded during the operation landed in San Antonio, according to city officials and flight records. The C-17 transport aircraft arrived after departing from Puerto Rico. According to the flight tracking data, troops transported directly to the Brooke Army Medical Center, which is a level 1 trauma facility for evaluation and care. San Antonio's mayor, Gino Ortiz Jones, said the injured troops were brought to the hospital over the weekend, offering support for the service members and the staff attending to them. Officials have not confirmed, at least with this report, the exact number of wounded troops or the severity of injuries. Local reporting said the service members sustained mostly minor wounds during intense ground fire as U.S. forces entered Caracas. The president said the troops are in good shape, in his words. No American casualties in the mission, which is absolutely astounding. The president called the operation very dangerous, requiring careful coordination between air and ground elements. Of course, this was designated to capture Maduro, extricate him to the U.S. to face federal charges. We know the rest of the story, but the raid Saturday in Caracas involved extensive air and ground operations that indeed drew heavy fire from Venezuelan forces, Cuban military personnel embedded with Maduro's security detail among those reportedly killed in the assault. And there were some 50 plus, 30-some Cubans and 20-something odd Venezuelan forces killed in that operation. I'm thinking most of that was close quarters combat when they exited the helicopters and were making their way through the corridors in what it wasn't a house, it was more like a fortress to actually get to Maduro before he even made it into his safe room. Meanwhile, oil. Will the oil companies be willing to go back and potentially have to invest millions of dollars to rejuvenate and get the oil fields back to pumping in Venezuela? They tell us President Trump will be meeting with oil company executives at the White House later this week to discuss ways to revitalize the tattered oil sector there. Two sources tell Reuters the meeting will likely happen Friday. Not immediately clear who all's going to be there, but raising crude output, which sits on the world's largest reserves in Venezuela, is a top objective for President Trump. Venezuelan exports have fallen below 1 million barrels per day from more than what was 3 million barrels per day some 2 decades ago, amid the prolonged lack of investment that's left the infrastructure there pretty much in shambles. Officials kind of dismissing estimates by analysts and industry executives that it would take years to ramp Venezuela's crude production back up. We've just been hearing in the news, the president's, he believes it could be done in less than, what did they say, a year and a half, 18 months. Some are saying that there's ways to quickly boost the country's oil sector with fresh equipment and technology. Chevron is the only U.S. oil major that's now operating in Venezuela's oil fields. ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips were major producers before their projects were nationalized by then President Hugo Chavez nearly 20 years ago. Those companies have not commented on whether they'd be willing to return to Venezuela. The Interior Secretary said one option to boost output in the near term is for Washington to lift the sanctions that had prevented the country from accessing crucial oil field equipment and other technologies to maximize production. Some of these things could be done very quickly. The opportunity on the business side is really enormous, he said. As I mentioned, the president says he believes the industry could expand operations in less than 18 months, possibly with the help of subsidies. A tremendous amount of money will have to be spent, and the oil companies will spend it, and then they'll get reimbursed either by us or through revenue, the president said. Now, this past day, the president said in remarks to House Republicans, increasing Venezuelan production could also reduce energy cost in America. Yeah, we got a lot of oil to drill, which is going to bring down prices even further. You got to pay attention to the pros and cons. You can't get oil to such a low level where here for all the operations and the investments in the U.S., especially the fracking operations, suddenly become more costly to get the oil out of the ground than the oil selling for on the open market. Yeah, there's a fine line to be drawn there. With global prices relatively low by historical standards, right about $60 a barrel right now, producers, they say, have been focusing on reserves that are cheaper and easier to develop. It's hard to imagine increases more than 300,000 or 400,000 barrels a day in the next year, according to one analyst, given the degraded state of the infrastructure, especially the upgraders. He said it'd probably take to the end of the decade for Venezuela to reach 1.5 to 2 million barrels per day, and likely only with significant support from the U.S. government. I would not rule it out, but it's going to take time. Significant institutional changes. Either way, the Energy Secretary is scheduled to speak at the Goldman Sachs conference in Miami later this morning, Wednesday morning, while ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance is scheduled to make a closed-door comment immediately afterward. So we'll see where things go with Venezuelan oil. Aside from the oil fields, freight waves this past day said the container facilities, the ports, container facilities at Venezuela's busiest port are in a state of serious disrepair by the Maduro regime, left in serious disrepair as a management group looks to maybe reclaim their investment in terminal operations there. The ports are key to rebuilding Venezuela. Luis Sola, the former Federal Maritime Commission chairman, those plans will all come through the ports. Sola is a veteran who worked in military intelligence in the region, said that Maersk continues to call the port using the same equipment from the prior terminal administration. Other facilities are a disaster, he said. Cargo operations that would normally take, say, 4 or 5 hours are now taking 4 or 5 days. And that was before the U.S. took out Maduro. Everything else is literally in shambles, is going to have to be rebuilt. As a major shipper of crude oil, only about 6 of Venezuela's 25 ports support meaningful container operations, led by La Guardia near Caracas at 400,000 20-foot equivalent units annually. And then there's another port, Puerto Cabello, the busiest gateway. Venezuela ranks 119th among global container ports. The major container lines, Maersk, CMA, CGM, and MSC, Seaboard Marine, all operate services to Puerto Cabello as part of feeder services in the region. It has 10 terminals with 2 or 3 dedicated to containers. Maersk has a staff of 17 in Venezuela, all of whom are, they say, safe and accounted for. Their port office is closed. Staff are working remotely right now. There are currently no changes to ocean services, with only minor delays. CMA, CGM, Tuesday said ports in Venezuela are operational. Vessel operations are proceeding. There's no impact on cargo delivery to consignees in Venezuela. All right. Pan American was paying $100 million per year based on volume for their concession that runs through 2029 with a potential 10-year renewal. A published report said the U.S. actually plans to lead a trip of infrastructure companies and other interests to Venezuela sometime in March, where they will assess the conditions on the ground there. So port operation, there's a lot that's going to have to be rebuilt in that country, literally in shambles. And it only took them less than 20 years to go from what were they, like the third richest nation in the region in this hemisphere to now one of the poorest. Thanks to, what is it? Oh, yeah, socialism. The great experiment. Meanwhile, I saw we lost another conservative voice this past day. Did you catch the news about Michael Reagan, the son of Ronald Reagan, had passed away Sunday in Los Angeles. He was actually a conservative analyst, a contributor to Newsmax. Newsmax posting, we are saddened to learn Michael Reagan, who was a founding Newsmax analyst on the network and a columnist, passing away. The eldest son of President Ronald Reagan and the late Jane Wyman. He was a noted commentator, syndicated radio host, best-selling author. A statement this past day signed by his wife, Colleen, and his daughters, Cameron Reagan and Ashley Reagan Dunster, said Reagan was called home to be with the Lord. Described him as a man who meant so much to all who knew and loved him. Newsmax CEO Christopher Ruddy said Michael Reagan was far more than a political commenter or a commentator. He was the living embodiment of his father's legacy. Throughout his life, worked tirelessly to carry forward Ronald Reagan's torch for freedom, family, and faith. He approached everything he did with extraordinary enthusiasm and energy. So there you go. Michael Reagan, he was 80 years old. I didn't realize. Yeah, Michael was at that age. All right, we head down the home stretch, winding things down. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Couple of final tidbits as we wind things down. Also heard on some of the news breaks, Dan Bongino out at the FBI, and I guess we'll get back on the podcast. Dan said it's been an incredible year. Yeah, served his final day as deputy director of the FBI this past Saturday, returning to civilian life on Sunday. Of course, he announced back in mid-December that he'd be departing in the new year. He made his departure official, signing off in a post on X, stating, "I gave up everything for this. It was a busy last day on the job. This will be my last post on this account. Tomorrow, I return to civilian life." It's been an incredible year thanks to the leadership and decisiveness of President Trump. It was the honor of a lifetime to work with Director Patel and to serve you, the American people. See you on the other side. The president, of course, praised Bongino, saying, "Dan did a great job. I think he wants to get back to his show." But ahead of his departure, he had actually spoke about the toll the job had taken on his personal life and his family, pointing to the demanding nature of the job. He said, "I stare at these four walls every day in D.C. by myself. Divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but separated. It's hard. We love each other, and it's hard to be apart. So, yeah, just kind of stripped away from his personal life. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court, it appears, is expected to hand down a very crucial ruling this Friday. And that would be the implications both nationally and around the world when it comes to the tariffs. The court indicated on their website this past day they could release decisions in argued cases when they take the bench during a scheduled sitting this Friday. Now, they don't announce ahead of time which rulings they intend to issue, but the tariffs is among those being most closely watched, awaiting decisions by the top U.S. judicial body that could impact the global economy and marks a major test of presidential powers. Going back to those arguments early in November, both conservative and liberal justices appeared to kind of cast a bit of doubt on the legality of the tariffs. The president imposed invoking the 1977 law meant for use during national emergencies. It involves appeals by the administration over lower courts ruling that his unprecedented use of that law exceeded his authority. Now, President Trump has continued to express concern about the possibility of losing that case. It was a post he made on social media Friday, as a matter of fact. He said such a ruling would be a terrible blow to the United States. Because of tariffs, our country is financially and from a national security standpoint much stronger and more respected than ever before. That was in another post on Monday. He invoked the International Emergency Economic Powers Act on goods imported from individual countries to address what he called a national emergency related to our trade deficits, as well as on China, Canada, and Mexico as economic leverage to curb trafficking on the often abused painkiller fentanyl and illicit drugs into the U.S. We'll have to wait and see if the tariffs are part of this. I know that they were rushing this particular case. The implications are big. Potentially, if we or the president loses that case, the billions of dollars in tariffs that have been brought in, I believe that all is going to have to be refunded to those respective countries. Where would we go from there? Other important cases that are also awaiting rulings at the court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority. Back in October, the court heard arguments in a challenge to another key section of the Voting Rights Act, the landmark 1965 federal law enacted by Congress to prevent racial discrimination in voting. The conservative majority appeared poised to curb the Voting Rights Act Section 2 that bars voting maps that would result in diluting the clout of minorities. This is all about redistricting that's been taking place around the country. Texas had been front and center on that. They also heard arguments in October in a challenge on free speech grounds to a Colorado law banning psychotherapists from conducting conversion therapy that aims to change an LGBT minor's orientation, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Several big cases. We'll see what they come down with, obviously, come Friday. For that, though, what do you say we shall close out a Wednesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Have a great day. Be safe out there, and hope to see you back once again tonight at the midnight hour.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.